Is your audio on? I think it is.
Is mine on? I think it is.
Can you hear us?
Shows you're muted on this end.
Yeah, if we're both not, if I'm not muted, then it picks us both up and it'll squawk.
Okay, so I'm not muted.
Yeah, that's the way we want.
Can they hear me now or?
It should,
Okay.
I can hear you, Mayor.
but you'll want to turn up your volume.
Oh, there's Jeff. Or there's Chad. And
They're both of you, so.
all right, volume is up. Video is on. The full battery. 6 o'clock. Who are we missing here?
Carrie Kirk. Or maybe not. Maybe she's on.
Here's yours.
I'm on.
Oh, she's
I'm
there.
here.
All right.
Can you hear my audio okay?
Jamal is on. Looks like we're here. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Welcome to the Providence City Council meeting of May 6th, 2020. It's a Wednesday, 6 p.m. We have all of our council members present, so we have a quorum. So we'll go ahead and get started. We'll start out with the Pledge of Allegiance, and if someone wants to offer a thought or prayer, we'll go ahead with that. So please follow me while I recite the Pledge of Allegiance. We can probably do it seated.
Stand for it.
Ryan wants to stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America.
To the republic,
And to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
one
one nation,
under God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with
with liberty and justice.
justice for all.
Okay. All right. Would anybody like to offer a thought or prayer for this evening before we move on?
I will,
Carrie?
unless someone else would like to.
I did last month, Carrie. I think you're up.
Okay. Our eternal Father in heaven, we bow our heads and we express gratitude for the opportunity that we have to serve the community of Providence, Utah. We're grateful for thy spirit in our lives to help us to make good choices. We're grateful for health and strength and for the technology that allows us to meet remotely and to be able to hear and to see each other. We're grateful for the wonderful citizens of our community who bless so many lives, for their generosity, for their kindness, for their tolerance, for their willingness to serve and to support each other. We pray that as we meet tonight, that we might have thy spirit and know thy will, that we can do the things that would be of benefit to the people of this city. Please help us to be mindful of each other and to be mindful of those who are less fortunate. And we offer this prayer in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you for technology. All right. So we'll go ahead with the next agenda item, which is the staff reports. So we have our city engineer, if Max is on. City attorney, Chad is on. Max is not on. Our public works director, I know Rob is with us. Scarlett, our administrative services director, and Ryan, our city manager. So as I mentioned, Max is not here. Rob, can you get us started? Can you unmute Rob? His mouth is moving, but
I think he's gonna unmute as a panelist. There
There,
you go.
I
Click that time.
unmuted him.
everybody's good. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Can hear you
Okay.
now.
April was a very dry month, and so we saw a major influx on water usage in the last few days. The last week in particular, we went from roughly just over 1 million gallons a day to over 4 million in just a few days. And so the dry April made everybody turn their stuff on all at the same time. So we had kind of an interesting weekend, but we got through it, and we've tested our pumps and boosters all over the place in a big way lately, and everything's now working very well. So let's hope things keep moving along that way. I sent an email out kind of explaining the Logan City Green Waste, and I think that's kind of the discussion that we ought to have or would like to have for sure. So if we could just kind of start with the green waste discussion. Bring up that email. Did everybody get that okay? And did it make sense? You want some clarifications on what that said exactly?
Want to have the Greenwood discussion.
I think some clarification would be good for anyone who's might be watching and wondering what's going on.
Okay, let me get that email pulled up I sent to you.
So the general idea of green waste is the county, the city of Logan provides it twice a year, 2 months out of the year. And historically they've provided it more. The question has come whether we look into providing it on a more regular basis. And at this point, Rob and I didn't necessarily talk about this one, but at this point, we do have a cost. If we want to, we can look into that. We may want to look at different options, whether we add a fee onto our utility bills. Would you? But the question is do we want to have it year round or season long? At this point, Logan has offered it for 2 months out of the year, and that is their choice. That's what they're doing. Is that correct, Rob?
That is correct.
So the questions come, what we want to do from there, and so if there's input, we're more than willing to take that. But at this point, what we've been doing is we've said, hey. Logan City's provided this service for us. We're happy to have what Logan provides. And when they cut back their service, it just cut back to residents. And you probably have gotten an email maybe today. I saw one come through. You've probably had other residents that have, we're only a week from when it was picked up. When was it picked up, Rob?
Oh, it was the 3rd. I think they planned on the 1st, but they went ahead and let it go through last weekend. So I think it was Monday it was picked up.
So anyway, it is something we're looking at and discussing. You're welcome to send us your information and your feedback so that Rob can take a look. He's looking at ways we can do that. So anyway, we'd appreciate the feedback if you have some. But go ahead and email it to Rob and I. If you'd like, and if we want to do something different, we can.
So yeah, it's about roughly $500 plus or minus a little to run the 2 cans that we have. The 2 cans that we have proven to be not quite enough, and that might be an avenue that we can look at to enlarging our site to accommodate another can or 2. That might be the best option if we want to continue this, and then there's other options apart from looking at other ways to haul that material, whether we haul it ourselves or we get together with the other cities, which is what I would like to try to see is what a collaborative effort towards this problem could be, a unified effort to come up with a plan that everybody can benefit from, because it's going to be really bad if only 1 or 2 communities, at least on the south side of the valley, take green waste, because of all the people from other communities are going to migrate to wherever there's one to get that's easier or closer than Logan City. there's options of, maybe putting up a gate and some fencing to make it so that it's, open during work hours or weekdays only. And weekends are usually the problems that cause all the contamination issues up there. And so maybe there's a way to do something on those regards. It's just a good discussion to open up as far as what we can do, because this is a very valuable service.
So I would also like to have the discussion of potentially bringing the spring cleanup back. I know that's probably not a popular thing with Public Works. I know that was hard for them. But I mean, I just want to make sure that our city is beautiful. And in order to do that, we need to provide a service. And anyway, I think that would merit a discussion also.
I'd like to comment, if I may.
Sure, go ahead, Brent.
I live close to the green waste, and I see people and watch the green waste quite a bit, as Rob does. I'm very appalled at the way people use this service. They in no wise obey rules and keep it below a level. And have I abused in the past? I have. And most of the time, most people have loaded their stuff on some type of a trailer or whatnot. And I think that once it's loaded, it isn't that far to Logan City for Providence residents to go down there, slide it off their trailers on the ground, and take care of their own green waste. I'm very appalled at the abuse, and I think if we are the ones that pay for a container and the others do not, like Rob said, or we do not, we're the only ones that have one, or there's very few, it gets abused by commercial, and they once again have loaded their stuff. They're in the business of greenway or mowing lawns or whatever, trimming trees. They've got it loaded. It isn't that much further to go to Logan and dump it and get rid of their stuff. They also, I have recognized the problem, and I have gone and had Logan City bring me a green waste can. And many people around our area here have green waste cans that the Logan City picks up. Yes, it's a fee. I'm not sure how much it is. I didn't ask them. But I really feel with the abuse and that we ought to let it be for a year. Then if we decide to tell people do it again and if people abuse again, take it away. At least they'll know what it is for 1 year to have to take care of themselves. And I don't know, my feelings are once you got it loaded, you just will go to Logan with it.
Anyone else?
I think that people in Providence really value it. I would love to see Rob do some more exploring on the other cities on the north end, the south end of the valley, coming together to come up with a solution for green waste to help us not be so dependent on Logan City. I also think that if we can bring it back, that hefty fines and more monitoring, especially for the commercial people and the misuse. I think that if it was enforced, that people would learn pretty quickly to not misuse the service.
The abuse is a lot, and so to enforce it becomes quite a challenge. I've actually tried, and I've gotten a few. We do have cameras there, but a lot of times it's hard to read the license plate, or I don't recognize people. The few that I have, I would assume that they've been good stewards and cleaned up their act, so to speak, and then continue to abuse it. But there is a lot that break the rules when it comes to contamination and overloading, and those fees that it talks about as far as special service fees, we don't know what that might entail with a contract involved. That's the unknown with the roughly $20,000 a year ballpark number that I've kind of put together. It doesn't include what those fees might entail if they decide to start holding firm on contracts that state, I can charge you $17.50 per ton for all these other possible reasons that they're not happy. There was quite a while last year that we tamped the green waste down in to make more room. And they put an end to that on us at the end of last year because their truck was getting damaged by the hydraulics getting overworked by trying to grab more than what they could get out because it was so jam packed in there. So they asked us to stop packing the green waste down into the bins.
Anyone else?
I understand that there's a lot of abuse, but I think, you know, give them a ticket once or twice and it could, I think it could help.
Mayor,
Sure.
I tend to agree with Councilman Speth on this one. As we look at the green waste, as the population grows and with the enforcement issues, and granted, that's a really nice area down there by Vaughn Park too, and I think it gets kind of chewed up a little bit by some of the mud and other things with green waste. I think it could be problematic trying to just scale and continue to do green waste. But I agree with Christina Eck. I think we have people who don't have access to trucks or trailers who can't load those things and take them out to the dumps. You know, I've helped 2 elderly neighbors this year already take trips out to Logan Waste, and I personally could probably forego the green waste, but I think if we do that, we ought to be providing as a service a spring and or fall cleanup for our residents. And I do know that there was abuse. There was one of the reasons that was discontinued was because of abuse there. I think it's much easier to regulate curbside abuse than it is an unattended park. If someone doesn't follow the rules and they place the stuff out on the curb, you just leave a note on it. You don't pick it up. You know, that should be a reason to penalize everybody who's trying to utilize that service. So I know you guys have to figure this out, but I tend to agree with Councilman Speth and with Christina Eck. I think we can provide a service that maybe doesn't have to be done year round, but I think something needs to be done for residents.
Anyone else?
May I make another comment?
Sure.
If you're, as Josh said, we are looking at assisting other people, which is a very good service. We all have people we know that don't have trucks and trailers to be able to get it there. And if we're going to serve them, we've got to load it anyway. We've got to load it in something. And we just as well take it to Logan City. They're open Monday through Saturday. And if we consider gating it or closing it on the weekends, they're going to dump it at the gate and expect the city to put it in the containers. I really feel that Christina has a good point that we could provide a spring and fall cleanup with some containers along with Logan City. But as far as providing the service all summer, once it is loaded, they take it to the dump. People also can use the green waste cans, and that is a very viable option. It costs them a little bit each month, but at least they get their own way to take care of their green waste.
I think the green waste cans are going to become a big thing. I love my green can. They upped the price a little bit this year. It seems like I think it's either $4 or $5 a month, but a lot of people don't utilize those cans, and I think we'll see a lot more of them appear now with this current situation. But the green waste can is something everybody ought to try to utilize and see how well it works for them, because it works really well for the people that use it, I think.
Okay.
I agree, Rob. I have a green waste can. It's a lot easier than a truck, and it's $4 a month.
Anyone else?
I have a 4-wheeler and trailer, and it's very handy for me, but I got a green waste can now. Leave the 4-wheeler parked.
What we got is 2 things going on here. We used to have a spring cleanup, and Rob can elaborate a bit more, where branches were left at the curb and the city public works staff picked them up and transported them in city vehicles and equipment. The other thing is the green waste bins at the Vaughn's Park. Let me address both of them. I spoke to Isa Hamoud this afternoon, who's the Logan City Environmental Director. First of all, he said that Logan City residents have never had either of these 2 things, branch pickup or green waste bins throughout Logan City. they did it for contract cities that they provided the pickup service for. He said the biggest problem with it was the commercial landscapers who were abusing all of this, not just in Providence, but all of the cities. The primary, he said they've got $2 million worth of equipment invested in it. The primary reason Logan City had been doing this is not to make money on it, is Logan City's landfill had limited capacity. And they wanted to extend the life of that landfill. Now there's another one west of Clarkston, but of course it has its limitations as well. So here's what, and I talked to Issa about it. Here's what he said he would do. And I expressed the concern that Rob expressed, and that is about other cities, and the word gets out and everybody goes to Providence to dump their green waste, including the landscapers. And all of a sudden we're inundated. He said what he'll do is put some calculations together, and he'll submit a proposal to the Solid Waste Advisory Board, the county Solid Waste Advisory Board. I serve on the board, and see if we can't get, for a monthly fee, get it tacked on to the utility bill for every city. We get all the cities on board in Cache Valley, and we'll see what the Solid Waste Advisory Board decides to do. But that would certainly address the residents and of other cities using our bins. So the other thing is, and Ryan and I had a conversation about this, and Rob can elaborate. First of all, he's got two things going on. We've got something that doubled as a snowplow, a 2-ton vehicle, was also picking up and hauling branches. It's not an optimal piece of equipment to do that. The second thing is we're hauling branches away and tying up our public works staff for probably 5 or 6 weeks. Then they're not patching potholes. They're not getting equipment ready for the busiest part of the year. So what I'd like to propose is let's wait, and I'll keep on top of Issa about this. Let's wait to see what Issa comes up with, and let's have the Solid Waste Advisory Board address this. And the second thing is let's ask the city staff, including Ryan and Rob, put their heads together and come up with a proposal to resume picking up the branches and do the spring cleanup like we used to do. Now, Rob also makes a good point, and I've heard this for years, is we've got cameras, but people are pretty sly about parking their vehicles at such an angle so that the license plates can't be viewed. But it's also quite a bit of work to have the license plate number tracked down, to get the deputies involved, to have them chase people down. That's also involves and ties up manpower, and it's usually Rob who ends up spending most of the time doing that. Anyway, that's the background on it. If you let the city staff proceed, and we'll discuss it the next council meeting. If we let Logan City go ahead with a proposal and see what that looks like, we can discuss it at the next council meeting.
Can I just ask one thing?
Sure.
Can you verify really how spring cleanup in the past has been for 2 weeks, and you said 5 or 6 weeks? So can
I can elaborate a little bit on that. Last year we took a really close documentation of that process. It was supposed to be about a 2-week process, but that's part of the reason it became such a problem, is that people missed the train as it went by. And so the process became a 4 to 6 week deal because of the amount of backtracking that our team had to do. Because if we go by and they're not ready, then they're upset because their stuff's out there and they needed us to come back. We did a lot of backtracking over the years, and 2 and 3, sometimes 4 trips down a certain block, because we were requested and ultimately accommodated the backtracking to accommodate their pruning schedules. And so that's why it drug out so long. And we've accomplished a lot this spring. I've truly noticed a lot of things that we got accomplished over the last few weeks and the next couple of weeks to go when it comes to, street signs and ditch and gutter cleaning. Both ditch companies have appreciated a lot the amount of street sweeping and ditch and gutter cleaning that we've done this last few weeks to prepare for the irrigation seasons and whatnot, the rainy season. And we've started shouldering the roads as of a couple days ago. So there's a lot of benefits to that 6 weeks that we can get accomplished that we're seeing now.
Got a bandwidth problem here. Okay. So if the council would like, let's ask the city staff to spend some time and come up with a proposal on this. Let Rob and Ryan do their pencil pushing and come up with some proposal. And like I said, I'll stay after Isa, and I'm sure I can petition to convene a solid waste advisory board meeting to discuss this issue, since we're off the plastic bag issue now, and we'll see what the other cities might be interested in doing. Isa did tell me that Nibley did reach out. They have a similar interest that we do. So we'll see where this goes with the other cities. Okay. All right. Scarlett?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I will try and be brief. I want to talk for just a few minutes about what we're doing on the office side of things and the COVID-19 with the change from red to orange. In our city offices, we will be getting, I don't know what you want to call them, sneeze guards, whatever, the plexiglass shields. We're having those built for us right now, and they should be ready for us to install on the counters, the front counter in the lobby, and then what we call the back counter that goes back into the cubicle area where Esther and Jesse and April sit. So we're moving that direction. We're continuing with all of the cleaning. We've got face masks when we need to have them and that type of thing. On the recreation side of things, we're still planning for summer recreation if it can be done. We've not stopped our registrations. We're being cautiously optimistic that we will be able to do some abbreviated programs this summer. We realize if we do that, there will be some extra precautions that we'll need to take. If we do games that involve the ball diamonds, we're going to request that the fans sit outside the outfield fences and leave the bleachers for the players and coaches so that they're not all crunched into the dugout, so that we can get appropriate spacing. We're also going to have to schedule games so that we've got a half hour between games where we can go down and we can spray disinfectant on touch surfaces on the bleachers. We'll be cleaning the touch surfaces in the restrooms hourly, that type of thing. So that's what we're doing if we do end up being able to run recreation programs. If we, as we open the parks, right now our reservations, we blocked them for a couple more weeks than we normally do. We're waiting until mid-May to allow reservations in hopes that things will open up just a teeny bit more. But when we do start working with people on those reservations and they started being in the parks, we will work with them on restroom cleaning. If it's a private reservation up at Vaughn's, we will make sure the restrooms clean when they get there. Their responsibility throughout the day, since it's their families, their organizations, they'll be responsible during the day. We'll be back at night to clean things up again. And then the next morning we'll have it ready for the next reservation if that's the way it ends up going. On the other parks, we're looking at hiring, working with maybe some of our recreation staff that are the appropriate age, and they will be going around and doing sanitation sprays on touch surfaces and whatnot in the other restrooms that will be open. We are planning to open the splash pad at this point in time. It will not open until Memorial Day weekend. That's its annual time to open. We are still planning that we'll be able to go ahead with that. We've also reached out to the soccer community. Those people, their season got cut. The state didn't do the spring season, neither did the local South Cache Soccer League. And so we've reached out to some of those people. We told them if they wanted to do some type of an abbreviated season, if the COVID rules change that we can allow team sports, we'd work with them. We do have some interest in people thinking that, and these would be more like Ryan will have to help me with the name. He's a soccer guy, the micro soccer or the 4-on-4 soccer, that type of thing. And there has been some positive feedback from the soccer people on that. Kudos to Beth and the crossing guards. Beth saw an idea from another community and we got permission to copy a storybook, and we've got a storybook trail that goes through Zollinger Park, where page by page is you wind through and you read the pages, you follow the arrows and read the pages for families to go down and have kind of a little walk and read the storybook as well as they go. Beth worked on, I think, getting the storybook and whatnot, and then the crossing guards helped us by putting the pages, laminated pages up in the park so that people can enjoy that. So that's our COVID woes for right now. We are also, Ryan and I are also working on creating some sheets. We've created an activity number that we'll be using when we code expenses to COVID in our general ledger, so we'll be able to track those expenses. We're also working on some sheets that will track staff time, and if we end up needing volunteer time, anything that's related to COVID, we will be tracking so that we can be eligible for any money that may be available for the city in the future due to COVID expenses. Then on the day-to-day, our community development, the building is still going strong in Providence, and the landscaping companies are in town working, trying to get those new houses with yards and whatnot. So April, as our stormwater and code compliance person, she's quite busy right now, which we're glad of. We're glad to see that people are working and that we're still moving forward with those types of things. April's also following up on complaints, sending letters, and working with the sheriff deputies as part of her code enforcement duties. On the records management, I've got a question for everyone. I'm wondering if the last couple of meetings we've done the packets, the PDFs a little bit different. We've used a program that should be creating those packets so they're searchable PDFs. And I'm just wondering if that's been beneficial, if that's working for you. So let me know on that. And then we are also looking at a software program from the same vendor that helped us with our online city code. They've sent me some information for agenda and minute management. One of the nice things, if we do go with this program about it, is that as you, whether we're doing it online or whether we're in-house again, holding a standard council meeting, we will be able to show as you're voting, and if it's Jesse or me or whoever is operating the software and the minute program, we'll be able to show your vote right on the screen so people can see some of those things that are happening for a more active experience for the residents and the citizens. And unless you've got questions, that's pretty much it for right now.
Mayor, you're muted, but
I'm
maybe
unmuted.
I'll. I just wanted to say to Scarlett, if that's okay.
So-
Scarlett, I did notice that those were searchable. Thank you very, very much. It made review for me a lot easier, and I'm glad that our residents we'll be able to find things on Google. So I noticed and we appreciate the effort.
Thank you, Josh. One other quick thing. Ryan reached out to Carrie and got some ideas on our website. We as staff have been working on the website. Jesse's put a lot of time into it. So you may notice things a little bit differently. We're trying to give it a cleaner look. We're using collapsible, expandable items on there instead of having the agenda, an example, instead of having the agendas listed in a table format, you can click on the collapsible, expandable link and it will open it up for you and you'll be able to see those agendas without having to search through 4 or 5 tables of agendas and minutes, that type of thing. We've kind of reorganized some of our pages to try and make them more user-friendly. So let us know what you think. It's a work in progress as always. And if you've got ideas, shoot us emails and we as staff will see what we can do. And if it's something that we can do that'll make that site better, we will be happy to work on that for you. So now I will be quiet, I promise.
Just one thing on the website, that is an invite also to the council, but also to the general public. If as they're watching, if the general public have items that they would like to make comments on our website, we would be welcome to those. So it's not necessarily just an invite to council, but it is an invite to the public. We want to have it as a resource to them. So anyway.
Any questions of Scarlett? Okay, let's move on. Ryan,
Okay.
got an update for us?
Yeah. So one, the website, we have been making some good improvements there and we'll continue. I appreciate those that have sent pictures. We've received pictures from most. We do have 1 or 2 new council that we still are waiting for. If you need any help there, let us know. The fiber study is underway. We did get all the information that they asked for, and so we're just waiting to hear back from Zions Bank. And when they hear back, I'll let you know. Another one, we have been looking and we have received the results back. We're just modifying and looking at some of the fine-tuning pieces to our salary survey. That includes both all of our employees, future job possibility descriptions, as well as council and mayor. It tells us where we're at, but so we'll cover that in a future meeting in depth. And then another one is COVID. That has taken a lot of time. It is a big coordinating issue. I have a weekly call-in meeting with the lieutenant governor and his group. The League of City and Towns have one. The city managers have one. The recreation departments all have one. There's a lot of coordinating, and I think that's one of the great things that has come along with this is the coordinating between all the different entities. We're doing a lot of coordination. There is some funding, and there was discussion on funding, and if we can record that at this point, Utah County and Salt Lake County both received their allotments. And just to give you an idea of that dollar amount, it was $1.75 per person. So that was the amount of the allocation. So if we calculated the same, we would be about 1.3 million would be our allocation for Providence. We have met, and I think the council people, council members that are on the committee, Janelle and Carrie, we have met with Spring Creek Water Company at least twice. We have another meeting scheduled, and I believe they have been positive discussions, and I think we're working towards some positive direction there. So anyway, and then most of my other time has been spent in depth in the budget, and you'll hear more about that as we get to those agenda items. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to take it and help however I can. So
Council, any questions for Ryan?
I think that I just would like to request that we could go into an executive session at the end of the meeting to discuss the progress that's being made with the water company.
Okay. Council, any other questions of Ryan? Okay, Chad, anything you want to weigh in on?
I don't really have anything to add to anything. Does anybody have any questions for me?
No questions for Chad, so we'll move on. Thanks, Chad. All right. What about public comments? Do we have any?
We can ask if they have any, but we have two attendees on there, and we have received a comment on the budget, but we haven't received anyone asking to make a public comment.
Okay. We don't have anyone who wants to make a general comment. We have specific comments on that we'll take during the public hearing. So we have no public comment other than the items in the public hearing. So we'll move on to the 4 items that are subject of public hearing. Item number 1 is the first presentation of the 2021 tentative budget. 2021 is from July through June of 2021. So it's 6 months of each calendar year. Let me read the description here, so we'll get this kicked off. Providence City Council will hold a public hearing for the 2021 tentative budget for all funds: general fund, capital project fund, water, sewer, stormwater, and secondary irrigation water funds will be presented to the City Council for their review, consideration, and tentative adoption. We will vote on those later in the council meeting. The purpose of the public hearing is to provide an opportunity for anyone interested to comment on the estimates of revenue and expenditures or any item thereof in the tentative budget of any action before of any fund before action is taken. City Council invites you to watch the live stream meeting on the Providence City YouTube channel. Email your comments or text comments to 435-752-9441. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on the tentative budget for 2021?
Want me to present and then they can comment?
Okay, Ryan would like to present his overview of the 2021 budget, and then we'll entertain any questions and comments from the public.
All right, this is first and foremost the tentative budget. It is the building block for the final budget. I will start in the budget executive summary. We have worked as Providence City. I have met with each supervisor of the city. I've met with each department, each director, and that of the city. What we do is we take the historical average and we look at trends and historical averages over the last 7 to 8 years. We take the average of the last 3 years and combine that with the previous year's budget and make a weighted average projection of what a forecast of the budget would be. Then I take and at that point, after I've done that review, I take and meet with each of the supervisors and and many of the employees and get their feedback on their particular areas of responsibility. We build that together and make notes and modifications as we see changes or needs to be able to fulfill. We visited with Chad, we visited with Scarlett, Rob, and each of Scarlett and Rob's supervisors, and Beth and her employees as well. So we go through a fairly good review from a staff side into understanding each of these areas. But there is some base information that these building blocks are based on. The budget approach in Providence is to determine the level of expense and its initial evaluations and unexpected revenues followed by the outlined expenditures. We expect health insurance costs to increase by around 12% due to continuously rising healthcare costs. We believe that to be in line. We've visited with our health insurance provider, and we visited with others to find, and that 12% is kind of a standard. We won't renew health insurance until into the fall. But again, this is the budget. Employee contribution to health insurance would remain the same. We anticipated 3% cost of living adjustment, which is in line with the CPI.
Some feedback.
Yep. In this, in the budget, we have also budgeted for a 5% increase to salary and council wages. And I believe this has been done previously, and it's continued, and it is in line with the salary survey that we've seen. We are in the bottom 10th in pay in those realms. So it is in line with that. The general fund, we expect revenue to decline by approximately 2%, sales tax to incline by 3%. And this is again from the previous 3-year average and the previous year's budget. So these are inclines from that forecast. BNC Road, it is affected. We expect an increase there. A lot of this is because of new development and new roads that would be coming into the city. And property tax is based on the only increase in property tax is new growth. So if a house is built and the value of that is put onto the property tax rolls, then that is.
We've lost audio.
I can't hear Ryan either.
Can you hear me
Lost
now?
audio. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Are you on there?
Yeah, Mayor Drew's showing muted now.
Unmute you.
Now you're both muted.
All right. So
You
now
can't see.
we should have Mayor Drew unmuted and mine muted. Are we back? Do everybody hear? No feedback?
Got it.
So we have multiple computers here and the problem is feedback, so.
All right. So at that point, most expenses are expected to climb by about 2%. And then we have a list of general fund capital projects, which I have included in your summary. And then the capital projects by each individual fund. These are broken out as far as our different funds. I have included in your packet, and this has been published on the web, is the organizational chart. It shows how the organization goes. Then it also has the citywide, the fund of financial chart, so that we show how the funds are connected. Just a point for funding purposes, the primary revenue source for general fund revenue is taxes, sales tax, property tax. There is exceptions, but that is the general source of revenue for your governmental funds. Your general source of revenue for your enterprise funds is fee for service. There are some exceptions, but that is the general source of revenue. We then go to budget detail and give a detail of the different revenue and expenses by fund. And that takes up the next few pages. Then you'll see a large sheet that has our expected capital projects. We do a 5-year forecast by year, and then the additional 5-year forecast combined together in the 5 forecasting capital projects for 10 years out, and it would show on that page. And then it is both by area and by fund, so you can kind of see what we're going to spend in each of the different funds. So, and I'm going over briefly, we can go into more detail. These have been out there, but I just wanted to let you know what's included in the presentation of the budget of the temporary or the tentative budget. The water capital improvement plan is a list. So this is one of the reasons why we have the need for master plans and capital improvement plans. So in the water fund, we have a list. This is a list specifically for it. It's been created out of the water capital improvement plan, but we don't have this for every fund. So you'll see in the sewer fund that we don't have a list of needed projects. So that's why I've kind of included to show you where that's at. Then I show regional property tax rates, how the changes happened. You'd be interested to know if we were to project property tax based on the growth rate of sales tax, our property tax, even though it came up quite a bit last year, it would still be down from where our growth has been in sales tax. So our sales tax growth has exceeded the speed at which our property tax has grown. Then you'll see the sales tax historical, and you'll see that where we project the future year. So I have forecasted it, and then the cash reserve projection. So that is what is included in the packet. Most important, though, I would wrap back to is, does the council believe that the budget executive summary accurately reflects what we expect to see? We expect to see some decline in sales tax in the short term, but that we expect to see a recovery over the next fiscal year. So that's why our 3%. So it may look odd that we have an increase, but because we have been forecasting higher, then that has allowed us to forecast an actual increase in next year's rather than a fall. But it will fall. It has fallen in April, May, June. We'll see it decline, or a bottom. We expect to see the bottom in July and start to recover in August, September, and by next June we will have seen some growth, but not the growth we would have normally seen if we hadn't had this COVID. So, any questions you have on the executive summary or any other pieces of the budget for 2021?
This is just public comment.
Oh, public comment.
Okay. So this is just public comment. Ryan gave his synopsis. For the council members, this is on the agenda for discussion when we get further into the agenda. So this portion is for public comment. Ryan, do we have anyone posted any comments
So
or questions?
I don't have it on YouTube. I don't see any comments. And inside the chat on Zoom, I don't have any comments. Scarlett, have you received any comments on the 2021 budget?
I received an email comment from Ralph Daniels.
Okay.
I forwarded that comment a little bit ago to everyone. But I have to say, for some reason, I don't know if Ryan and the mayor are experiencing it, but Jesse and I have been experiencing some internet interruptions. So I apologize if you did not get that email.
I don't see it, Scarlett, on my end here.
I received that, so I will read a few of those. I think some of them reflect both to 2021 and maybe some on the 2020 budget adjustments.
Right, I think that's too, Ryan. So if you'll read the 2021 ones, then when we get to 2020, I'll review those from that.
Okay, so I believe number one It says, is the city taking into consideration as they plan the 2021 budget, the effect of COVID-19 has on the citizens of Providence? And I would say yes, we are taking that into consideration, and we are evaluating that. Obviously, at this point, we haven't seen the numbers coming in. I have been, we have had calls with the state economists and others, and I have seen and worked through various different booms and bust cycles. And oftentimes you see that once you have a fall, there is a rebound fairly quickly. So that is the question. I think number 2 is, and I'll let Scarlett address number 2. I think it had something to do with the amendment. So the next question is, what happens to budget not used? And it has an example of travel, and what happens to the other amounts. So the question really is, with the examples, the question is what happens to budget that's not used? Budget that's not used is saved. So it will either transfer to our capital projects fund if it's in the general fund, or it will stay in that fund for future use, whether it goes to reserve or others. At that point, not like other entities that we may take it back. The state, the city, because we receive those funds, they stay in the city. So if we budget, we generally budget high on expenses that we expect on expenses. And if we can bring it in low, that money goes into our savings and can be used for other projects or future years. So then what is item number 21? I think that's back to Scarlett's. I'll let Scarlett address number 4, I believe. And last but not least, I see that we're supporting attorneys. And it has an amount for 19 and 2020. Keep in mind, there are a number of different attorney buckets that we talk about. And so if we total them all, we have indigent defense that we have to cover. It is state mandated that we have to cover those that can't afford defense. So if there's anybody in Providence that is taken that is prosecuted and they don't have funds, our Constitution says that we will provide for those that can't afford a defense. So the city has to provide that. So attorney fees goes to that. We also have a prosecutor in our justice court system, and so part of our attorney fees goes to that. Part of our attorney fees goes to Chad and general attorney in general manners, writing up ordinances, reviewing contracts, a lot of those items. And then we, at this point, we do have a additional attorney that is helping with water issues, and that's Craig Smith. So at that point, we do have budget amounts, and we are looking, we have visited with the different attorneys. We do have budgeted for those ones, and they are slight increases over the current budget, just in looking at that. But that is a comment. So there is some question, and I think there is some question on the 2020 adjustment. And so I think Scarlett will cover additional questions on that one, and maybe Chad chime in. But at this point, we are looking to fund our indigent defense that's required. We are looking at funding the needed expense for our city prosecutor, and we do have money budgeted in our general fund and our water fund for legal expenses this coming year. So I'd have to pull that number up specifically if you're interested. So, but that's the comments I had on there. Questions, issues on those?
So this is public comment portion. We just received that email regarding the 2021 budget. Okay, so Ryan has addressed that. So we've covered our comments from the public and questions. And as I said earlier, we have an agenda item for the council to discuss and vote on the 2021 budget. So we've covered our public hearing on item number 1, the first presentation of the 2021 budget. So we'll move on. However, before we move on to item number 2, I did miss approval of the minutes, but let's go through the public hearing and we'll go back to that. Item number 2 is request for disconnection. Again, public hearing. Council will discuss and vote on this item further. This is for public comment only. The Providence City Council will hold a public hearing to consider request for disconnection filed by Steve Simmons and Howard Creed for a 0.4 acre property located just south of 700 South in the general area of 330 West. Property was annexed to Providence City in 2021. The purpose of the public hearing is to provide an opportunity for anyone interested to comment on the disconnection before action is taken. City Council invites you to watch the live stream, Providence City YouTube channel. Email your comments or text comments to 435-752-9441. So we'll go ahead and open the public hearing on item number 2, the request for disconnection. Scarlett, Ryan, do we have any comments from the public that we?
I have Steve Simmons that it looks like he is here, and I can turn him on to allow him to speak if you'd like to hear from him.
And before Steve speaks, I just want to let you know I'm checking the Providence City, Utah email. I've got it up and running and we do not have any additional comments.
Okay. Steve?
I'm here. I'll just be brief. I think everyone there knows how Howard and I feel. We are obviously in favor of not being part of Providence City and disconnect be approved. And I think enough's been said over the last 7 years to leave it at that.
Okay.
If any of the council members have a question, I'm happy to answer that. But other than that, I think a lot has already been said.
Okay. Council, thank you, Steve. Hearing no comments from the council, thank you for your comments, Steve. Scarlett doesn't have any further comments that have come in. Ryan doesn't have any. So item number 2, request for disconnection, the public hearing. We'll just go ahead and move on. Item number 3, petition to vacate a public utility easement. Providence City Council will hold a public hearing to consider a petition filed by Visionary Homes on behalf of Ben Barlow to vacate a utility easement, public utility easement, located between lots 25 and 26 of Country Garden Estates 2 subdivision in the general area of 335 Garden Drive, Providence, Utah. The purpose of the public hearing is to provide an opportunity for anyone interested to comment on the disconnection before action is taken. City Council invites you to watch the live stream on YouTube, on the Providence City YouTube channel. Email your comments to providencecityutah@gmail.com or text comments to 435-952-9441. Ryan, do we?
I think we have Jesse with Visionary Homes. Is that correct, Jesse? Oh, I should unmute. Maybe they have to unmute.
Ryan is unmuting as we speak.
While he's doing that, Mayor, we do not have any comments regarding this particular public hearing that have come in on the email or the text.
Okay.
Maybe she can unmute. You unmute her, right?
Unmute.
Jesse, there should.
Hold on. I cannot unmute Jesse.
So Jesse, can you hear us? And
Maybe
can you
she can
unmute yourself.
Maybe she can unmute her.
activated you into the meeting. Nope. Huh, okay, well,
Now she disappeared. Now I don't see Jesse. Oh, try chatting her. If you click on chat. I don't see Jesse on. We miss Jesse. Scarlett, can you give us a summary of what this petition involves?
This petition involves 2 lots on Garden Drive. They are both owned by the Barlows. They would like to take the lots 25 and 26 and combine those 2 lots into 1 lot. They've gone through the amended plat process with the Planning Commission. That was approved conditionally upon the City Council granting the request to vacate the public utility easement. The reason why we need to vacate it is they may, when they want to come in and build something, we can't let them build over the top of a public utility easement. So if it's in the middle of their property, because of the combining of the 2 lots, they may or may not be able to put the home or structure that they want in a manner that they want. So taking the public utility easement out of it just cleans it, the combination of the lots just cleans it up for them. And it's probably more appropriate, Mayor, to wait and take council questions during the actual review of the ordinance. But if there needs to be some more clarity, you think, for the public right now, I'm happy to explain a little bit more.
looks like she might be unmuted now.
I don't see her on.
Jesse, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
All right.
I didn't realize my microphone wasn't turned on for my app. Sorry. Had to hurry and fix that.
go ahead, Jesse.
What's your question then about this?
Just curious,
easement, or?
as far as the public comment, if you had any comment you'd like to make.
No, I mean, Scarlett's been pretty clear about the process and why we need to vacate it, and the Barlows understand pretty well. So I don't think we have any questions or comments really beyond just that, you know, we want to build their house.
Okay.
Full disclosure, Mayor, I did just have an email pop through from Carl Mortensen. He really wanted to hear what Jesse had to say. So Carl, I hope you were able to hear her response right now, but that's the only, he said, by the way, is lot 26 big enough to build on? When these lots are combined, it will certainly make a buildable lot. Lot 26 actually is a buildable lot as is, but it does have a stormwater detention pond or retention pond. It does have a stormwater facility on it. So
As I say, 26 is a pretty good size. I don't think they combine lots because the house wouldn't fit on either lot. They just wanted a larger yard and a little more space.
Okay. You have any other comments? Scarlett, did you see? Ryan?
Not that I see.
Okay.
I
Well,
don't see any
the council-
others.
The council can discuss further when we get further down the agenda. So let's go ahead and conclude the public comments on item number 3, the vacation of the public utility easement, the petition to do so. And let's move on to item number 4, 2020 budget amendments or adjustments. Providence City Council will hold a public hearing to consider proposed adjustments to 2020 budgets for the general fund, capital project fund, and stormwater fund prior to making a decision on the proposed budget adjustments for the general fund, capital fund, and stormwater fund. City Council is holding a public hearing. Again, purpose is to provide an opportunity for anyone interested to comment on the adjustments before action is taken. City Council invites you to watch live stream on the city's YouTube channel or email your providencityutah@gmail.com or text comments to 435-752-9441. Scarlett, do we have any public comments that have come in on this?
The only public comment that I have so far is the one that Ryan referred to during his from Ralph Daniels. Ralph asked a couple of questions. He asked, what is the difference between items number 23, travel, and then item number 37, transportation, such as 5123 and 5137. By way of the budget adjustment, we're not seeking adjustment for either of those numbers in tonight's hearing, but just to explain the difference between those. Item 5121 is set aside for our community development people for travel expenses for memberships and subscription, or 2123, I'm sorry. Item 5123 is set aside for people that would fall under community development, such as planning commission or land use conferences, things like that, for their travel expenses. Item 5137 says transportation planning. That's actually to prepare transportation master plans. That's when we want to have we usually use our counters that we have in our portable speed limit signs. However, sometimes we feel like we need more in depth on that. We need to get a professional involved, and we spend some money on transportation planning. So travel is for conferences, incidental travel related to planning commission and city staff in land use and development areas. And then transportation is for master plans, traffic analysis, that type of thing. The other question that he asked is, I believe he wants to know what membership in 4321 stands for. This is one that we are asking for an adjustment on. 4321 includes memberships to Utah League of Cities and Towns. It also includes subscriptions. Some of the software programs that we utilize are subscription programs. Our social media archive program is a subscription program. Our ClearGov program is a subscription program. If we add our online ordinances, or excuse me, if we use the same company that our online ordinances have for our agendas and minutes, that will be a subscription program. So that's what's included in subscriptions and memberships, those type of items. So that answers the two questions received from the public. I can wait and answer council questions during the actual discussion of the resolution if you'd like, Mayor, however you'd like me to proceed.
When we get to the agenda items, the council can discuss further and ask questions. This is for public input during this portion of the council meeting. Ryan, do you have any questions or comments that have come in on the budget adjustments?
I don't have any other ones that I have from the YouTube or Zoom. I don't have any others. So that's the only comment we received.
Okay. So the question that did come in, Scarlett has read and answered. So, and hearing no further public comment, we'll move on forward. As I mentioned earlier, we missed approval of the minutes, but we're concluding the public comment or the public hearing portion of the council meeting. We'll move on before we get to the administrative and legislative business items. Let's go back over for, excuse me, approval of the minutes. Providence City Council will consider for approval the minutes of April 15th, 2020. Do I have a motion from the council?
I would
It's
make
Josh.
a motion. No, go ahead.
I'll second yours, Brent. Go ahead.
Motion from Councilman Speth and from Councilman Paulson. Further discussion. I went through this. I didn't find anything that I thought needed to be changed, clarified. Council members, anything that you'd like to add or amend? Hearing no comments, no questions, no further clarifications. Can we go ahead and approve the minutes as written? Nice job, Jesse. Thank you. All in favor of approving the minutes of April 15th, signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? Unanimous. Okay, we'll go on. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the administrative business items. Item number 1 is a resolution 012-2020 electronic meetings. Providence City Council will consider for approval of resolution adopting rules for electronic meetings as stated in the governor's executive order dated March 18th, 2020. I believe Scarlett has included a copy of the executive order from the governor in the packet. I need a motion to consider this resolution. Do I have a motion from the
I'll
council?
move that we approve the resolution.
Motion from Councilman Paulson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Motion from a second from Councilwoman Seeley. Discussion. Who wants to introduce this? Scarlett, can you help us out?
Sure. Listening to some of the webinars that we've been having, particularly over the COVID, the Utah League of Cities and Towns suggested that we do, by resolution, acknowledge the rules for electronic meetings as stated in the governor executive order dated March 18th, 2020. And Ryan and I actually did get an email from someone today, not for comment into the meeting, but just questioning the posting of the agendas and the availability for somebody to come here to the city office. And we referred that person to the executive order, and they were very nice. They were very complimentary, apologized for not keeping up with things, but this way we'll have it in our resolutions. When somebody searches, does a search, they'll be able to see it pop up really quickly and perhaps avoid some confusion in the future.
Okay. Any questions of Scarlett? Comments? Ryan, anything you want to add?
I just had one question.
Okay. Janelle has a.
It said on there that it's in effect until while the city's in a state of emergency. As we transition through the various levels of normalizing, whatever you want to call that, at what point do we discontinue electronic meetings?
I think that's something that will come from the governor's office. He'll let us know at what point we can do that. We're still, even when we move to orange, we are still restricted in group size. So
Green, yellow.
yes, even when we move into yellow. Right now, group size is 20. It was 10 in red, 20 in orange, and even in yellow.
Yellow is 50.
Yes, yellow will be 50. So I would think we would probably still need to at least get through the yellow phase, so that it would be very difficult to decide who to turn away and who not to once you hit your 50 mark. So I think I can't outguess anybody, but logically it would seem that we would at least have to get through the yellow stage. And I'm sure the governor will update us when it's the appropriate time to change back to regular meetings.
Okay.
Now, when we go back to regular meetings, we will need to have an anchor site, and we will have to have a certain number there. But if there is time in the future that we say 1 or 2 members could still participate if they are traveling or if there's some other need for them, portion of electronic meeting we could still host, but we couldn't host you all like this. So when we move away from this, it can't be everybody. It would be only the limited exception to be able to doing it. So that's where the change would happen eventually. Okay.
Any further questions? Okay, we have a motion on the table to approve resolution 012-2020. Can we vote? All in favor of the resolution?
I,
Aye.
Any nays? Resolution passes unanimously. Thank you. Item number 2, resolution 013-2020, 2021 tentative budget. Providence City Council will consider for adoption a resolution approving the 2021 tentative budget for all funds. Do I have a motion from the council?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 013-2020, the approving of 2021 tentative budgets for all funds.
Motion from Councilwoman Seeley. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Councilwoman Kirk. Discussion? Ryan, anything you want to add other than what you've already introduced?
No.
Okay.
No, just remembering that this is the tentative, this is the start. And if there are changes that we need to incorporate into building towards the final budget, that feedback would be helpful from the council.
Okay. Council members? Questions, comments, concern?
I'm not sure how many have them. Maybe everybody has some. I don't know if I want to take turns or I'm.
Go ahead, Josh.
Okay. Let's see. I've kind of marked this up here. Ryan, first of all, to Ryan and the staff, thank you for the budget. I thought it was really easy to read and understand. I was grateful to get a preliminary copy a few weeks ago too. So when we got the packet, it was very easy to scan through this. In the spirit, I do know that you'd like us to probably focus on the executive summary, and I'll try to address most of my comments to that and try to, as I think, as you have said, stay out of the weeds. At the same time, there are some things that I think are important to our residents. And the reason I bring that up is just, the first things after the executive summary that you have is you have the citywide organizational chart. And I think it's just a good reminder to all of us that the top of that chart is the citizens of Providence. So they're essentially our shareholders by business structure. And in dealing with their dollars, I feel like our goal is to be responsible to our shareholders. This is a personal opinion. I have not talked to the council members about this, so I don't know how they feel. I noticed there's a budget increase for mayor and council wages to keep that in, I guess, in parity with other cities. My personal opinion is that that's probably unnecessary. I personally don't serve because of the compensation that I receive, but I view it as an item of public service. So I question if that's really needed, but I appreciate you being mindful of that, but don't necessarily see the need for that. I did notice that there was the nice chart that showed the sales tax revenue in the budget, and then there was one that showed the property tax rate in the budget, but there wasn't one that showed there wasn't a chart that showed the property tax revenue over time. Can you talk to that really quickly? I had some thoughts about that, Ryan.
Yeah. Let me get to my page here. So I can include a breakout of that, but I will come here to property. Let me go here to budget. So here, just to read off a few, maybe this is helpful, maybe this isn't what you're looking for, Josh, but I'll, in 2017, the property tax amount, and I'm just going to do the current year property taxes. Keep in mind there is delinquent taxes that wouldn't be included in this, but that is a common throughout. So I'm just going to give you the current year property tax amounts. In fiscal year 2017, it was 546,000. 2018 was 593,000. 2019 was 658,000. The budget for 2020 was 1,050,000. And so the budget for 2021 is 1,071,000. So you'll see it does, as a dollar amount goes up, but no rate increase. And that is just because we've had home construction and building construction. So as those come online, those are different than raw land. But so that is the numbers. Is that what you were looking for? Kind of.
It is, and does that also would include property appreciation and tax assessment applying the same rate to increase in property values?
So no, an increase in valuation is not new growth. Only a construction from raw land to development becomes new growth. Appreciation stays at the same. It has a valuation increase, but would actually drop the certified rate. So the rate will actually probably decline to maintain that, but the new growth would be calculated in, if that makes sense.
Well, Scarlett has explained this to me once before, but I just want to make sure I understand correctly. I was under the impression that we adjusted the rate so that the property tax rate would stay the same year over year, because when we have a property tax rate increase, Mayor, you're shaking your head. Maybe you can correct me.
Well, the collections remain the same. So what Ryan was explaining is there's a distinction, current residence and appreciation. There is no collection increase. So what he's saying is by definition, that would mean the rate would go down. He said the only collection increase would be due to new development, new construction in the city. So we're budgeting an increase in collections, but what we're talking about doing is lowering the rate for, in effect. And if you look at the property tax rate history here, we've got, I don't have my copy marked up here. We dropped the rate 5 years in a row. And it was last year that, and then we held it 2016, 2017, 2018, and then increased for 2019.
So to your question, Josh, if that didn't answer it, one other piece I'd add to that is I understand that as a general rule, that we could take a difference of approaches. So we could take an approach that says, yes, we hold the rate. So, and that probably is a valid one. This doesn't project it necessarily holding the rate. So it does do a slightly different in this one. We have had a large bump where it is, and this would kind of maintain it rather than actually, if you hold the rate, you actually have some increase in property tax because of the rise in valuations. But this doesn't actually project that. If you want to project that, I can. We haven't gotten the certified rate from the county yet. So in order to know, we don't know the calculation because they haven't distributed the number yet. So that will, but if we wanted to maintain that, we could, and that would be an option. This actually doesn't. This holds the value, the collection, like the mayor said, we are collecting on new growth, but this would actually allow for the rate to decline slightly.
Okay.
So
if I have further questions, I'll follow up with you separately, Ryan, on that one.
So did that answer your question, Josh?
I think so, and appreciate you taking time to do that as well, Mayor. We had getting into some of the budget budget details here. Do we have a decrease in interest revenue? Is that correct? For FY 2020?
We are projecting a decrease in revenue for interest because we were at, the Fed rate was significantly higher. The Fed rate has been lowered, although it doesn't necessarily specifically tie to the bond rate, which often is done by that's where the PTIF is generally held. It's corporate bond rate. It follows that. But because of the Fed rate, we do believe that interest will decline in our interest collection. So that's our money in the bank.
Okay. Increase in administrative costs of about $100,000. You kind of speak to what those needs are there. Is that right? Line, these don't have page numbers, or I would give you a page number.
He's looking through his copy.
Which page are you on?
Well, I'd tell you, I don't have a page
All right,
number.
I should have numbered. I will learn better on the numbering. I could have. So, Fund 10 expenses.
I am right after the page citywide fund organizational chart
Okay.
in my packet. So I don't know if your packet's the same.
Is that budget details?
It is.
So there is.
Is it general fund?
That is general fund.
Okay.
So some of that is insurance. So there is some due to insurance. There is some, we are projecting some additional office equipment, 10,000 in office equipment. We have some coming in through wages. There is a projection of a 35,000 increase on the wage side of things. And some of that, honestly, is myself. In the last year, there was only part of me, and in the next year, there's a whole of me. So there is some of that. So I will admit, I am in effect. I hope I'm worth it. I will try my best to make sure I am, but that is part of it. There is travel. We are hoping and have budgeted in the hopes that each of the council will be able to go to both conferences. So because that is our goal, we've budgeted accordingly. And that is not necessarily what we've had in the past. So we have increased that. And so those are the major highlights of the differences between the increase from last year's budget. Does that help?
Yeah, and the just remind me, the FY 2019 1.3 million transfer, I know that's just listed on there. Was that for water purchase or something, or was that a?
Oh, the transfer, because what happens in a general fund is you are limited to a.
Oh, that was our, we exceeded the state auditor's limit for the Metacast general fund. Okay.
Yeah, so that had to be transferred to the capital project. Normally, you'll see in this budget, you'll see a balancing item transfer. So because we have a balanced budget in 2021, we actually have an amount that we would transfer over. And you'll see it as expense 713,000. That is the amount we are proposing to transfer from the general fund to the capital project fund, which then we would spend on large projects. So that's the amount with sales tax, property tax that we don't spend, but that we use for future construction purposes. That's what that number is. But yeah, the 1.3, we were exceeding the 25%. So.
Would it be appropriate just to have, I know our fleet expenditures have gone up, and you've mentioned that via email. Would it be okay to have Rob address that a little bit regarding what he feels the fleet needs are and what's happening there? I mean, it's a significant amount of money. It seems like it'd be worth at least discussing.
Absolutely, we can. If you'd like, and I have my spreadsheet up. He's not here with me. So let me look, fleet. So we have a large decline, right? In next year, you're seeing a decrease from 258 to 92.
Yeah, but yes, correct.
So keep in mind, a lot of that is the 2 vehicles, but Rob can talk about the snowplow vehicles. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, the first, I guess the previous council, I should say, was very enlightened on the fact that we had 2001 one-ton Ford snowplows, and we wanted to rotate on out of the fleet and out of town if we could. And so we budgeted for replace one of those each year over the course of 2 years. Unfortunately, the first truck that we bought took an very extended amount of time to build the truck and build it and then ship it and receive it, that it ended up being that we had to carry over the entire monies that were allocated for into the next fiscal year. And that's why we ended up with kind of what looks like a double cost for that same truck, since we wanted to get, yeah, the 2020 and the 2019 trucks all ended up being paid for in the same year. So it ended up going from $130,000 to $260,000 to accommodate those 2 trucks. If that makes sense, because of the way the timelines worked out with the budget years.
Mayor, I'll yield to other council members that have questions. I don't want to monopolize it.
So did you want to talk, Josh, about the capital projects? There is a capital project summary. It goes on for a number of pages. Of course, starts with the general fund. And if you look at the column, it says 2021 fiscal year budget. It lists the items there that the $1,365,000 at the top, that's the total. And then it breaks it down into administrative, cemetery, community development, fleet, off-road, some equipment, and then we've got parks in there, including, well, we've got pickleball courts. This is really fine print, hard to follow, including the acquisition of some additional park property, roughly about 10 acres. We're in the midst of trying to see that through as well. So the acquisition of that land is part of our capital projects budget for 2021. That's the biggest nut when you look at this this summary here.
And just for clarification, our cemetery expansion is, the adjustments that we had for fees for cemetery was really regarding services to open and close graves and things of that sort, right? We're not recouping anything for expansion in there with those fees that we adjusted. Does that?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's my understanding, but Scarlett might be able to talk to that.
We have done some expansion. I think Rob can correct me. I think it's a 3-year project. I think we're in year 2 or 3, Rob.
Well, we've completed the first cemetery expansion, and we're anticipating the next phase in the year after next budget.
So we're completed the first phase. So now we've got some additional land that we'll consider.
Yeah, the next phase is a little bit bigger than the phase we just did, and it incorporates another buildings to house the mini excavator for those burials.
So on the column that says 2023 fiscal year budget, there's $300,000 figure. That's for cemetery acquisition and expansion.
So Josh, to answer your question on the fee structure, the fees that we increased for burial services, the actual opening and closing, they are for O&M. The fees that we increased for the actual lot purchase, a significant portion of that fee goes into the perpetual care savings, savings account. And yes, some of that money does go towards a lot of that money will go towards capital improvements, expansion, if we needed to get a new software program to monitor the cemetery, those kind of things, capital expenses, that's what the grave purchase money goes for. The opening and closing is the O&M money. Does that help?
Thanks, Scarlett. It does, yeah. I figured that was probably the case. I just wasn't sure where it was happening at, so.
Yep.
Josh, did you have any others or are you?
No, I mean, I may chime in, but I'm sure maybe others don't have anything else, but if any council members.
Okay, who'd like to go next?
I-
Eric? Oh, go ahead, Brent.
I have a comment or just a couple of questions. I was a little bit wondering, and now I like what Josh had gone over, that touched on things more than I had gone into the detail of it. So I appreciate that. That was good. I did have a question on budget details under Fund 51 under water. What was, I guess, the revenue for this year, or at least up through 3/16 of 2020, showed $987,116. Projected revenue or budgeted revenue was $1,798,000. So I'm seeing quite a difference there. Can that be explained? Are you with me where I'm at? Fund
Yeah,
51 under budget details. Pardon me?
So at that, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. One of the biggest ones is water sales. The current year to date only goes through March. And in 2019, we saw 1.1 million in water revenue sales. And so we're budgeting just that percentage increase. So based on the percentage increase in the water sales, it would be 1.15, so 1,157,000. There is a budget of water shares fee in lieu if we collect that. So in the 2021 budget, we have a total revenue of 1,400,000. See that number? Yeah, 1,400,000. But in the 2020, we had collected, and so what we had used in the 2020 budget, that you see the 1,798,000.
Yes.
You'll see a drop from, so in 19 we had 1.7, current year to date we had 978, but that's only a part of a year. Then their 2020 budget's 179. We do expect less. Some of that's a decline in fee in lieu, so we're not seeing as much fee in lieu. And the other one is in the 2020 budget, we projected 500,000 of prior year revenue to be used. So it's not necessarily current year revenue, but we brought that into balance with budget. At this point, we don't have that in the revenue side.
So what Ryan is saying is it's not a cash collection. It's bringing the revenue in out of the fund balance.
Correct.
To fund the water fund, Fund 51 capital projects. So the accounting mechanism is to bring it in as revenue, so it matches the anticipated or budgeted expense, capital expense.
So is that shown in the fine breakdown? Is that where we're seeing what the difference is at 500,000? Where does that show up in the capital or the enterprise fund? Is that under culinary water, and where does that show up at the 500,000?
Yes, it would go up under the culinary water. It doesn't show it on your list here. I have a spreadsheet that I have the drill down so that I can see where some of those are to answer the questions. But that's one thing that we did last year, is to budget for that prior year revenue usage. We'll do that once we have tied up our budget. Then we'll tie up the budget and calculate that. But at this point, we're just showing, here's our revenue, here's our expense. One of the biggest differences
lost you.
expenses is a negative. Oh, you there?
Yeah, I'm there now.
Okay. So one of the biggest differences is it's showing the capital spend for the tank in next year's budget. So that 2 million loss is the capital spend for the tank. And we're bringing that in from reserves into this. That's where we're funding it out of what money it has. And so we would put, we'd use $2 million of prior year revenue into this year. So instead of showing an extra $2 million in revenue, we haven't done, that's what we're projecting. So you can see that in capital project side. Does that
So
help?
yes, it does. So this is money that you have basically in savings for the water fund that you're going to pull from to do this. We talked about last time whether it was better to borrow money or keep ours in savings versus use our own money. So I guess this 2 million isn't saying where it's coming from. We either borrow it or we will take it out of our savings. Is that correct? We haven't made that decision yet.
Correct. At this point, I'm still looking to say, do we want to borrow or take it from savings? This would project it from savings. At this venture, it would be projecting it from taking it from savings.
I see. Okay. As we move on down through here, we're looking at like on the sewer fund. Again, we're kind of in the same situation with the sewer fund and the total revenue versus, and there again, the revenue as of to date is 730,000. It was projected to be 1,542,000. Is that the same reasoning?
It is the exact same reasoning that 500,000 was brought in from prior year funds to be able to project it in the last year's budget. It was projected to use 500,000 of our savings account.
And what was that used for or going to be used for?
It's not been used, but Scarlett could talk to that.
Brent, that was for the southwest sewer expansion,
Okay.
down there south of 1700 South. Well,
Yes.
and then on both sides of the highway, the part that can't gravity flow, that's
Oh, yeah.
what that 500,000 was a start towards that. That whole project looks like it's going to be, excuse me, somewhere between 1.4 and probably, or excuse me, 1.3 to 1.5 million dollars at this point to do that project. And at this point, we are still working with landowners to get their buy-in on that. So again, we're debating on how that financing is actually going to come about. So we'll have more details on that as we get more information from property owners and more input from you in the future.
I apologize, Scarlett. I knew that's what that money was for. It was just drew a blank. I apologize for that. But is the storm now moving on to the Fund 53 stormwater? We kind of got the same situation. And what are we looking here again at we're projecting some money? Is that purchase some? I know that's beautification, partially at 400 East, 1000 South. Is that true? And also purchase some more land for stormwater down over the hill from you, Scarlett, down on 1000 South from, I can't think of his name.
Right, from the Thompson property.
Thompson, yeah, from Thompson. Is that what we're looking at with this money?
Actually, Rob and Ryan can probably speak to that a little bit better, but yes, those are definitely part of it. Part of that, we're actually going to talk about when we come to the 2020 budget. Part of it does include finishing up the 5th North stormwater line that ties the developments east of 300 East to the developments west of 300 East. So that's part of it as well.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I'm on board with that. I'm okay. On the one thing I did have a question though, and back here on the overview, Ryan, and I don't know, the question I had is, which it was, on this is a budget executive summary, talks about the 1000 South, 400 East beautification. Is a developer not required to do anything with that as part of the development? Did he contribute any money to it? Does he participate at all? Is that totally our responsibility? Excuse me.
I think Rob, we've worked with Rob. Rob, would you mind talking on the beautification?
There's really only, at the intersection, there's only one corner that's related to the developer. And that's the northeast corner, and there's a retention pond there.
Right. Does the developer beautify that?
Generally, those retention ponds, detention ponds, we try to incorporate into the actual developer's parcels so that the landowner ends up being responsible for the overall beauty and maintenance, upkeep of the retention or detention pond.
Right.
That one, however, where its location and its historical whatnots and some of the engineer's recommendations on that one is a city-owned parcel. So where the city now does own that parcel and a couple other newer ones that are up on Little Baldy, 2 out of those 5 ponds are actually the city-owned parcels as well, to maintain. And so the 10th South one being the location that it is kind of an eyesore to have it remain just a raw dirt and weeds situation. I thought about doing some hydro seed this spring. Glad I haven't done it yet, or didn't do it just because we didn't get the spring rains. It would have made that even a success at all. There is a water meter service that was stubbed into that parcel. So we could do some landscape with some sod or something in the park strips and whatnot. The Hillcrest Park has that retention basin at the bottom, and we did the mow strip around that and put all that cobble in there with the sump at the bottom. I think that looks really, really good in my opinion, and that's kind of what I was thinking would be a good investment to try to clean up that corner and do something to make that not an eyesore.
Mayor, may I? Oops.
No, feel free, Scarlett.
That's Scarlett.
I wanted to let Brent know that the developer did fulfill his obligation as far as the stormwater involvement on that development. He did dedicate that property to us. In the past, as Rob said, generally we just, it's either incorporated into someone's lot or we just have them stabilize it with like a cabin mix or something like that. But the developer did fulfill his part of the obligation for stormwater. We've kind of changed our theory on how we want stormwater ponds to look now. And so that's the difference in the new improvements that we want to put in. Does that help?
It does. I know in the past it hasn't been our deal to take on detention, retention ponds and maintain them. They've always tried to give them to a landowner to take care of. Will this one be then ours to mow and maintain and take care of?
This one is, and it's kind of been hit and miss. There's a lot of ponds in Providence City, and we maintain quite a few, but there's even more in people's, side yards and backyards, and those are the ones that have historically been put, on the landowner's shoulders. But we do have quite a few that are ours to maintain, that are almost all of them are currently weed patches, except for one that's down on 485 West that we mow and maintain.
I understand the problem, and I've seen it too. One other quick question: the detention retention pond there at 400 East and 1000 South has a extremely high east side and a very shallow west side. Is there any plan to allow a discharge from that pond to go on down to the property of Mr. Thompson's in the future for overflow from that pond? Or is that just is that a retention pond and will not have any outlet?
That pond is a detention pond. It currently has a release across the street into a sump. That sump doesn't hold very much water. And then it actually bubbles up out of the sump that's on the west side of 400 East, runs down the north side of 10th South to the east side of 300 East into another sump. And that one fills up and it bubbles up into the curb and runs down the curb west towards Millville. So there is a potential for more growth and a lot of decisions that need to be calculated as far as sizing to accommodate any extra flows that end up heading towards Millville to capture those.
Thanks, Rob. It certainly hasn't been a problem during the month of April. That's it. Probably won't be much of a problem during the month of May either, the way it looks. That's probably about all I had on the budget at this point in time. I do have some other comments later on. There was one other thing. It talked about on the stormwater. There was two issues. It's called this is in the fine print capital project summary. It says piping for year-round wells in the stormwater, and it had exactly the same thing in water. And I'm not quite understanding for the.
I can elaborate a little bit on that.
All right.
So it's been our plan for a long time that if we end up needing the wells for any reason whatsoever through the winter months, to pipe the discharge from those wells to a location that is suitable, since the canals aren't suitable in the winter months.
Okay.
So we've incorporated that into future planning for quite a number of years now. With the spring problems that we have on First South that come from Second East general area.
Yeah.
I've been trying to orchestrate a means to take care of that problematic winter water. And if we could tie the two problems together into one pipe, it would be, feasibly wise, along with stormwater needs in the area. So taking stormwater and the year-round wells and the spring water problems that we have in the winter in that area, incorporating them into one pipe to take down whichever street makes the most sense, whether it be First South or Second South, down to Second West and over to Zollinger Park to get to that underground pipe that takes it to the river.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good one.
So that's why it's probably showing in those two different categories, because it's two different animals that we're trying to incorporate into one.
Oh, that's a good idea, because that's always been problematic there on 100 South, 200 East. That's been a mess. Yeah.
Correct.
Good idea. Okay. Thank you.
Council would like to go next. Are you raising your hand?
Oh, yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me scroll up and find all my comments. I had a question about the park expenses from March through the end of fiscal year 2020, and why the parks budget, this is up on budget details, page 1, is significantly higher than the fiscal year 2021. And what exactly do I anticipate paying for in the next 3 months for that gap? And why is the huge reduction for the next year?
I can answer that for you if that's all right, Ryan and
Sure,
Mayor.
Fine.
Yeah, I wonder, because I know up in the capital, I guess that land acquisition of parks doesn't come from that budget that's planned in the general fund capital projects for the year.
Part of that
from a different fund.
Right. Part of that, Janelle, that we're looking at is we're hoping to get our RAPS award, and that we will actually be able to get a contractor online and get the additional pickleball courts built. So that's what we were hoping for. I don't know if I have to apologize. I was going to go on the county's website and see if they had any updates on their RAPS, and I did not get that done prior to today's council meeting. I think COVID has kind of overwhelmed and taken people's time. But that's part of why that increase is, because we were hoping to have RAPS revenue come in that we could do those, at least get that pickleball project started and underway.
Okay, I must have misunderstood. I thought that money had already been awarded and planned. That was an application.
Some of it has been awarded, but only partial. And so we've asked for the rest so that we can move forward on and finish them up. We haven't started them because we only got a partial funding award. So we ask for the balance this year so that we could do the whole project.
So we have the award, but we've not drawn down the funds.
Correct.
What's the other part of that, Scarlett? Because the pickleball courts are 130,000. What's the other piece? About an $80,000 difference there.
I'm sorry, Josh. I apologize.
Oh, you had said that's part of it. I'm curious what the other part is, because it looks like the pickleball courts were 130,000.
Yes, that's correct.
That 130,000 is in the 2021 amount. Is that correct?
I think you're right, Janelle, but yeah, that says FY 2021.
Okay. I have to jump down.
So I'm still not clear what it is.
Oh,
If it's the pickleball courts, there's a big increase in the remainder of the fiscal year. I'm just wondering what other things are there in there?
If you go to the capital projects summary, and it says from 7/1/20 to 6/30/21, it has 130,000 for the pickleball courts.
Yeah.
So that would be not in the 2021 budget.
Correct.
That would be in the 2020 budget.
I think that was Janelle's point, though, right? Because there's a difference.
I have to stand corrected, Josh. I will have to hurry and do some look in our current budget detail and see just exactly what that's for.
So some of that is timing, I believe. I believe it was budgeted in the current year, and we don't believe we're going to get to it. And so that 130 is carrying over. So it is in the current year budget in that amount. It won't get spent this year because we won't get it completed before the end of June, or at least that's the idea. If we do, we actually, this is one of those we actually have in both budgets for that 130. We have it in the 2020 budget. If it doesn't get spent there, we have it in the 2021. Because construction goes in the middle of the year, we don't know whether it will hit before or after. And so rather than take it out of 2020 budget and then actually be able to get to it prior to the June 30th, it stays in both. If it doesn't get used, it obviously goes into savings and then gets used from there. So that's one of the big ones, is the part.
So it's in both years.
So
yeah, I understand that.
Well,
now there's still a difference about $85,000, though. I'm just curious.
Oh,
but Scarlett, if you want to look at that.
That's the difference. That's the difference between March and the end of the year, is that double budgeted amount. 130 has been awarded. We just haven't gotten the project done. Is that
that's
what I'm understanding?
We haven't gotten it started, right?
Okay, but we're still applying for more pickleball money beyond that.
To finish it, right?
We have applied for it. We're waiting to find out so that we could do the project.
What if we're awarded?
Right.
So that's not in the budget.
No, that's not in the budget, because what we addressed in the capital, or in the executive summary, we won't budget for the grant until.
For grant. Mm-hmm.
Then once we have it, then the cost will associate with it. So we keep grants out of the budget so that it flows as a conservative flow. But if we can get grants, that only helps the budget. It's just a conservative way to do the budget.
Just so I'm a city budget newbie here. And when I look down there at the details of parks under the general fund, says parks is 705,000. And all those other figures aside from property acquisition come up to your
705.
come up to 230, come up to the 235. Oops. I'm scrolling through this, it's jumping everywhere. Where is that where is the land acquisition if it's not in the parks expense?
Capital projects.
It would then come out of the capital projects fund. Fund 41, not Fund 10.
Fund 40.
45.
Fund 45, okay.
The 45,
Okay.
not 41, not 10, but 45. That's where your capital project spend is at. So we're taking that out of capital project funds rather than out of general fund. It's coming there. So you'll see the total of your capital project fund, all of those items on your capital project summary, including the land acquisition, the pickleball courts, that totals the 1,365,000. That number matches onto your expenses on your Fund 45.
Okay. See what else I have.
No, what else?
Yeah, I'm good on that one.
Gary?
I think so.
Okay, I was kind of waiting to take my turn because I had talked to Ryan and I feel like my questions have mostly been resolved. And so I was waiting to see if anything else came up with other people's questions, but I feel comfortable. So that's good. I also want to thank him and the staff for going through in so much detail and line item everything and reconciling everything from the past 5 years and just the details that they went into for this budget. I think that it's really impressive, and anyone that questions Ryan's value, I'm willing to put up a fight and tell you how he's worth every penny. So
I appreciate
Ryan.
Thank you.
Ryan's got a big smile on his face.
I am trying to do my best. I love the city of Providence. I am glad to be here. I love it, and the mayor knows it. I think
You don't know how many times Ryan has said to me how happy he is to be here.
well, I have a feeling he's going to make this council look pretty good.
That's one of my goals.
And keep you out of trouble too.
He's doing that too.
He's a great asset to Providence.
Yes. Christina?
Okay, I just have a couple of things. And again, I spoke with Ryan and went over it somewhat. And again, I think these are more general questions. In regards to the capital fund projects, I see the master plan for parks, trails, and recreation, and then transportation. I'm looking forward to doing a cemetery master plan. Is that too much to add into this? I can't imagine that a cemetery master plan would be that hard. Am I right or wrong, Ryan?
No, it depends on expansion. We would normally do that before an expansion. And so it's a couple years that we want to make sure that we have it. We haven't actually put it in, so that's a good one. I can add. And I will place that in. Are you looking for that? We have the thing with this next year is we have a transportation, we have a park master plan, 2 master plans that we proceeded with. We could proceed with others. We also need to look at, I think it's sewer master plan that we don't have. We need to look at that as well. But yeah, you're looking at 15,000 to 20,000 for a good cemetery master plan, and we could add that.
Well, I would really like to suggest or propose that. If we wait 2 years, then that's just 2 more years that I would really like to take hold of what's going on at the cemetery and improve it and organize it a little bit better. And again, I'm so passionate about having half plot cemetery for babies. And I bring that up and then I get told we need to wait for the master plan. So you all need to tell me what your thoughts are on that, but I'd like to move forward with that cemetery master plan. And I'd like to be on the subcommittee.
So my question is, if we're going to do a master plan, it's going to go out a number of years. Is how many years supply of cemetery spaces do we have? We're landlocked, limited with the property we have. And certainly the cemetery master plan will look beyond the current city-owned property and determine what our options might be.
I think if we can wait, depending on how interested that is, if it can be in the 2022, that puts us right before our expansion and property acquisitions. Can it be in that year? Or do you want it in the next year?
I want it while I'm still on the city council. Let me tell you though, remember, we had extensive talks in regards to the cemetery and raising the cost for the cemetery plots. And the reason that they felt like it was necessary to raise the price for a burial was because we were running out of space. And that's where I kept saying, you know, let's start doing half plots, or let's do an area for cremation. My friend just got buried in a full cemetery plot and she was cremated. So, you know, I heard that excuse or that reasoning, not excuse, reasoning, that we were running out of spaces, and they had the math. Scarlett and the sexton, they had the math for us, and they did however many people were dying, and then how long we would have until the cemetery was full, and it was surprisingly a short amount of time.
Right.
Yeah, and we did talk about that, at least to a point when we needed to budget for the expansion. Yeah, at that point.
We're wasting cemetery plots for cremations right now.
But in the last city I was at, we did a cemetery master plan as one of ours, and we included what's called a columbarium, and that's where you put cremation is in a columbarium, and so that is definitely a possibility of including. So, how does the rest of the council? That's something the rest of the council is kind of want to check that I'm serving the majority. Okay, I have 2 thumbs up there. Thanks.
I'm in favor of it. I was also wondering, what about the property to the north across the fence? Is there any chance of acquiring that property?
Yes, the mayor of River Heights has approached me and said, what do you think? Would the city consider it? And we came back and said, yes, we would certainly consider it. He says, I'll get back to you. Let me discuss with my council. I've not heard back from him.
Is that River Heights city property?
Yes.
Boy, I think, Mayor, I would support anything you could do to acquire that property.
Okay.
I really think that it's an investment in the future. Our community is not going to get smaller nor have less people in it. I would certainly support you in every way possible to acquire that ground.
So in previous years' discussions we've had, they said regarding that property, there's a road that intersects it. Well, it's a dirt road now, but they'd want the road completed, and they were saying the north half of it would be a park, and the south half, the city of Providence would use to expand the cemetery. And I didn't think that went over too well. We said we'd probably be interested in all of the property. And then the neighbors in River Heights complained about burials and all of the family members and friends showing up and disturbing the quiet of their neighborhood. So from the council standpoint in River Heights, they needed to go back and address those issues and decide what they wanted to do. And I haven't heard back from Mayor Rasmussen since last year about it. I will put that on my list to discuss with him and see where their council's at.
COVID-19 has certainly taken care of the problem of a lot of families showing up.
Well, at least for the next month or so, yes.
If we're looking for large land acquisition, then I would definitely recommend that we put in the master plan in the next year so that we have that ready, so we understand that. So I'll add that to the budget. Sounds like we're good. I'll add that to the budget, and we will work on that in coordination with our other master plans.
Okay, then I just had one other, I like being last because you guys answer some of my questions. On the capital project summary, the Zollinger Park playground upgrade of $50,000 for the 21-22 plan. I thought we were supposed to have that already done or budgeted for or got RAPS money for. Scarlett?
What happened was we had been saving some of our RAPS money for that project. But when the county allocated out and gave us an award, our final award towards the softball rebuild, they felt like that we would wait and get that in another year. And so they utilized the money that we'd been saving for that to go towards the softball. They didn't give us the full amount we'd requested on the softball. They ended up deducting and saying, this is what we're going to give you. So we had to redo some of our reimbursement.
I would love to look into that. I have a recollection that they didn't give us all the money for the softball, but but we were going to use what they had given us for the playground equipment. Or
that's correct. They weren't going to give us all the money. We thought they were going to give us. We
so
knew they weren't going to.
The playground equipment for the softball field.
We knew they were going to give us, they were going to reduce the amount they were going to give us on the softball field. So we didn't proceed with the bleachers and things like that. But then they took it one step back and reduced the amount a little further. And so in order to complete what we had to complete to have a safe project in the end, that's where that money went. But we are still planning.
The lights, did the playground money at Zollinger go toward the lights at the ball field?
It went towards finishing the lights at the ball field, yes.
I'm not okay with that. And I think the rest of the council should also question this, because we had planned for that upgrade down at Zollinger Park, and it looks to me like that money got spent on the Uptown Park again.
That's correct, but that's because we did not get the anticipated revenue from the RAPS that they had.
Well, then we should have stopped building at the softball field.
The problem was we didn't find out that was going to happen until we were in mid-construction.
Well, then maybe we should just start mid-construction the playground equipment, and if we don't get the money from RAPS, take it from somewhere else.
That's truly a possibility we could look at if the council wants to go that direction.
We should take it from the bleachers from the Uptown Park and put it back down where it should be.
Well, and this, I think, Christina, this comes down to, I don't want to pile on here, but I think this comes down to my concern when we looked at the recreation plan, and that these sports, different tiers of sports should be, how much of the city should fund those, or should they be self-sustaining? And I think I was clear then that I think, if there are improvements like that are used by a very specific sport, or they're not available, or they don't necessarily benefit the community as a whole, they ought to be paid for those funds. We have, you brought another one, we have another one up on the agenda on the budget today, and that's the bleacher project, which you talked about, which is budgeted as $10,000. I've been over and looked at the bleachers, and well, I think they could be repaired. They probably should be replaced. My question would be, is it money from the fees of those sports that are paying for those bleachers? Because in those instances, I think those bleachers are really directly tied to the baseball facility. So I can see why you've got a bee in your bonnet, and I don't think you're off the mark in raising the concern.
I have a bee in my bonnet because I've seen the previous budgets and we've had the previous discussions, and I knew what I was expecting to see playground equipment down at Zollinger Park. We've talked about it. I heard it was picked out, that type of a thing. And now I see that money was used instead for a very controversial situation at the Uptown Baseball Park. So I'm just asking you guys as other council members to be aware of that and maybe start asking questions yourself.
So for my sake, is there, and I wasn't here in some of those spends, so I apologize that I'm coming new to this one. I've tried to prioritize based on the information I got, but prioritization is a great point in this one. If you find that something on this list should be prioritized differently, you know, if you say, well, we don't want that with the Zollinger Park playground pushed off to 2022, we want it built in 2021, I can make that adjustment. If you say, with that adjustment, we want to move, say, the dog park back a year, not to pick on that one, but just that it's a similar dollar amount. If you want to do that, or if there's other lists of that you want to change the priority, that would be helpful for me. I mean, I'm new in this one, so if there is a different priority, these are what I've received and what it appears has been presented in discussions with the council and or the discussions with the staff and the managers. This is kind of where the priority list has come. But if you are saying, hey, you know what, give me that information, I'm happy to take change in priority ones. I'm seeing that's probably a priority one that needs to happen the next year rather than waiting a year. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm frustrated because I thought it was a done deal. And, you know, here's another question, Ryan, you can look into is when we did the 4th South Park or whatever it was, not really a park, the well on 4th South, we purposely didn't we were told if we didn't put sprinklers in there, that we would save enough money that we could do maybe some exercise equipment or something like that. And I don't know where that money went because I'm not seeing it show up for that allocated for that area anymore.
Christine, coming back to your original question, Ryan, I really think with what Christina said, we really ought to move that playground equipment into this year's or in the next year's budget and get it done. If that was slated to be upgraded and that money got moved, yeah, I really think she has a valid concern. I think we ought to prioritize that ahead of the dog park or whatever we can to get some money in there to get that taken care of. I support her in that.
I'd like to prioritize it before we put new bleachers in at the Uptown Park.
The Uptown Park runs, the motion with the Uptown Park runs super deep with a lot of people in Providence, especially people who have children at the elementary school. The motion, the contention with that park is ugly, and I too would like to not see money put into that park specifically for one sport. Kids are playing at that Zollinger Park all the time. Every sport is there, and that park needs to be updated and should have been before lights were finished at the Uptown Park.
Okay.
But that's all hindsight. It's done, but it obviously wasn't done with the consent of the council.
Mm-mm.
I appreciate the historical context, because I would definitely have prioritized that over lights. I agree with pretty much everything that's been said.
That's
That-
helpful.
That
there-
actually,
Go ahead.
that was discussed when the RAPS came back and told us they were going to use the population towards our towards the lighting project, and we were already mid into the lighting project. That was discussed. We do have some money still in this year's budget that could go towards that playground. And Shane did have the playground equipment picked out. He had some bids on it. So that's part of that 89,000 that you've been asking about.
So Scarlett, what you're telling the council is that before we got awarded the RAPS money for the lighting, we'd already started on the lighting?
We had
Because-
been awarded part of it, yes. And so we had started on part of it. We were waiting for the finished amount to move forward. And so we had purchased the lights, the $98,000 worth of lights. We had already purchased those on the previous awards. And we didn't know that they were going to use the population money towards our regular RAPS request, because they've not ever done that before.
I want the current council to know that we already had lights that worked at that park. And that's all I'll say.
I feel like this is the reason why, part of the reason why I've been pushing to move forward with the Parks and Rec general plan as soon as possible. I realize we have to do the roads plan first, but I think working on that plan would be beneficial, especially for staff and Ryan, now that he's on board, to direct what's going on with the Parks and Rec going forward.
Okay. Our plan is, we have, on the next council meeting, we should present the scope of work for the transportation. We have that funding from the UDOT. And so we have funding in place for that plan. And I think we can start working on getting things ready so we can do the park rec trails master plan. And I think we can get that started, first part of the fiscal year. I think that's the first one we would be entering into starting July. I'm hoping we're getting into it and have it well underway. So I think we can make great progress on it. So I understood that was an interest. I'm reading that that's an interest, the same interest from all. So anyway, we are headed that direction. Thank you for the feedback. That's a good historical background for me to understand some of the different pieces. I do come in the middle of a stream trying to understand where things are at and budgeting to the best that I'm aware, but that's why these are great to kind of give feedback, and so thank you.
Any other questions on the 2021 budget? Comments? Okay. All right. So we're still on item number 2, and that's 013-2020-2021 tentative budget. Any further discussion on that? We have a motion on the table to approve it. Can I call for a vote? All right, we'll call for a vote. All in favor of the resolution 013, the 2021 tentative budget, all in favor?
Aye.
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 I have 3 ayes. Nays? I saw a mouth move, Christina, but I didn't hear anything.
Aye.
Aye, okay, I got 4. Josh, did you say aye?
I did.
Okay, we're unanimous. Thank you all, appreciate it. Good stuff. All right, let's move on to item number 3, resolution 014-2020 budget adjustments. Providence City Council will consider for adoption a resolution adjusting the 2020 budgets for the general fund, capital project fund, and stormwater fund. When we had the public hearing, I had asked and gotten from Scarlett an introduction into this issue and the budget changes So now the council can take this the next step further, and that's discussion and further questions. I need a motion on that resolution 014 on the 2020 budget amendments.
I move that we approve it's item number 3, resolution 014.
Okay, motion from Councilwoman Kirk. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Councilwoman Seeley. Discussion.
Would you like me to go through the changes, Mayor?
Go ahead, Scarlett.
What we've done with this budget is we've looked at our actual revenues, or there has been some that, like the revenue that's 103190, which is taxes received by county. We're looking at the anticipated revenue on that. That particular item is a pass-through. That money actually doesn't even come into Providence City. It's collected by the state and distributed directly to the county on behalf of Providence City, but we still have to show it as revenue and as an expense. And so you will see that that change is reflected in the revenue under 103190, and it's also reflected in the expense under 104370 to keep those two items as a straight pass-through. Our property taxes, the growth was good to us. We came in with $48,900 more than we had anticipated. There's an additional transit tax that we've started receiving that we did not anticipate in this budget. We've already received $31,100. I talked about the taxes received by the county. We also have received more interest. Now, I will tell you, there is more interest that we have received than that amount. So we can make another budget adjustment. But if you look at the playground, or if you look at the park improvements, there is still money remaining to be spent in this current year budget. It's one of those things that we just didn't know if we were going to be able to get that playground equipment installed with the changes that started happening to us mid-March when we started putting this together. That's why it went in a future budget. So that adjustment can still be made. That's my point of this little discussion. That adjustment can be made, not in tonight's meeting because it wasn't, we don't have it tied down on the figures, but we can make it in a June meeting. We can still make that adjustment if you'd like to do so. On the adjustments that we're proposing, these are all in this top category. These are all general fund adjustments. We're adjusting the salaries and the wages. We didn't know for sure when we had planned for Ryan. We needed to adjust just a little bit more in administration salaries and wages and just a little bit more on the travel expenses. The travel expense, or excuse me, the memberships and subscriptions, that came in because of some additional, well, our population grew a little bit and some of our memberships went up a little bit. And then we got a couple of the subscriptions that I talked about just a little bit earlier. The travel expenses, Ryan kind of talked about when he went over that we encouraged everyone to attend the conferences. Some of that reimbursement has come back, some of it moved forward to other years, and so it was expended. So we still need to show that expense. So that's what that 4,700 adjustment is for conference, motel rooms, travels, things like that, that the council and staff were able to take advantage of during this current fiscal year. The professional services that we're asking for a small increase in that. Again, that's to help us with our the upgrade that we've made to some of our software, We made some upgrades in our hardware, some computer upgrades that were needed. We sped up the time frame on some of those to help us get through this remote work that we have to do right now. The education programs is similar to the travel. We spent just a little bit more on education than we had anticipated because we were really fortunate in that we had council members, the previous council and this council, that were interested in getting to the league meetings and things like that. And so we need to adjust that just a little bit. The expense in the attorney. This expense, I want to make clear, this is just expense for general fund items out of the attorney's offices. This also includes the justice court. We have a prosecutor in the justice court, and it includes any indigent services in the justice court that we have to pay for. This does not include any thing that our attorneys have worked on when it comes to the enterprise funds. It doesn't include any attorney fees for sewer, doesn't include any attorney fees for water, stormwater. These fees are just attorney fees that occurred because of administrative projects. So that's what we're asking for. And this one is adjusted a little bit to anticipated expense instead of actual expense. I did look at the last 2 months of the year and made an educated guess, and we're asking for that $15,000 increase. That may or may not actually be spent. Some of this has already been spent though. So we do need to, it is a warranted increase. We have, the current budget was 40,000, and to date, that's as of actually today, we've spent 44,000. So, like I said, I looked at what we'd done in years past in the last 2 months of the year. I averaged out what we've been doing throughout this year and came up with the 55,000. That's one that is to an anticipated expense. We've already discussed 104370, which is taxes received by the county. On the asphalt preventative surface treatment, we went over our budget just a little bit by that. We had some developer expenses that the developers reimbursed us, but we still have to show the expense that we paid it out. So we paid it out, we got some revenue. That's part of that 37,000. And also it was a timing thing on some of our treatment. And so that is correcting that deficit. And then, unfortunately, because of the inability that we had, we generally run a competitive league. And that competitive league is actually, the proceeds from that pay for that competitive league and also go towards helping with our other recreation programs. It's one that we've actually built in a bit of a profit margin on. When that league generally runs through April. In fact, it normally would be ending just about now. Unfortunately, since we couldn't run that league, we had to refund that money. So this is money that we collected in revenue. We're going to spend it now in refunds instead of spending it through the baseball program and through some other things. So we have to show it as a refund. So we're adjusting $7,000 for that money that came in as revenue that will be refunded. So that's the general fund expenses. Do you want to ask questions about that before we move on to capital projects?
I have one if the mayor wants to do them now or later.
What's that? You want to take the question? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Scar, I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So we, the top part of that table, we received more revenue than we.
Oh, he's muted.
I'm sorry, Josh, you're muted, it looks like.
How did he get muted? There you go. You're unmuted now. Now the video is frozen.
Yeah, maybe he's frozen.
It's a band, looks like a bandwidth issue.
Maybe take another question if he's, come back to him.
Why don't we come back to Josh? Josh had a question on the general fund before we went on the capital project fund, but somehow we've lost him.
Looks like he's connected.
Yeah, my Zoom has crashed twice just with audio issues here. Can you hear me now?
Your face is frozen, but your voice is there.
It's always frozen. There we go. I'm gonna leave my face off.
It's a great look, Josh.
It's a good look for me. It's
That's
better than
frozen thinking.
the day to day. Okay. So Scarlett, if I just want to make sure I understand correctly, the top part of that table is we received $122,700 in excess of what we budgeted for revenue in the year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And that's
And-
actually, go ahead.
Oh, no.
That's actually kind of intentional. We always budget conservative, and this year it's going to help us because we don't really know what June's going to look like as far as revenue, May and June's revenues. So budgeting conservative, and that's why we actually have received some additional interest revenue. I intentionally didn't introduce it into the budget yet because I wanted to make sure over the next 2 or 3 weeks that really is going to be where we can truly allocate and use that revenue. So that's why I say we can definitely make some budget adjustment increases for park improvements if we need to. But in the current budget, there is some money sitting there for those improvements. As you saw, as Ryan explained, we had them in both this year and in a future year based on when those projects were actually able to get done. So we have some money in this year's for some additional park project. If we don't get to it, we've got it planned for in the future year budget. Does that make sense, Josh? Did we lose Josh?
So just to, Scarlett, you can embellish on this. This is typical process we go through as we near the end of a fiscal year. There are typically budget adjustments when we actually do know what our revenues are going to be. And there are a lot of unknowns when we do a budget. Obviously, we didn't know the emergency was going to occur. So budget adjustments as we get near the end of the year are part of the normal process that we go through. And I agree with what Scarlett said when it comes to tax revenue, sales tax revenue. We don't know what the rest of this fiscal year is going to look like.
Am I frozen again? My Zoom's been misbehaving here. Can you hear me?
No.
Oh, I'm not frozen.
Don't see a video, we hear your voice.
You hear my voice. So I guess my thought is we have 122,700 revenue, and then it's like we also have $122,700.
That was muted.
Josh, you just went out, but I'll kind of maybe partially answer the question. When we do a budget, until we get, well, even on the final budget that we will do for 2020, we need to do a balanced budget, save at least 5%. We need, at the end of the year, we have to have a minimum fund balance of 5%. We can't go over, and I apologize, I think it's, Ryan, correct me, is it 28% now, or is it still 25%?
25 is a general rule. I think it might have changed, but I just keep it at 25 because it's a safe figure.
All right. So up until then, up until our final budget adjustment, when we move money forward into the capital projects fund, when we're feeling really comfortable about what our revenues and expenses are, up until then, everything we do is a balance. What we increase our revenue under the general fund. Now, that's not the case under the water and sewer sometimes, or even under the capital project. But under the general fund, when we introduce revenue into the budget, we also introduced an expenditure into the budget so that we have a balanced budget of 0 at the end of the year. We spend all the revenue, we plan for the revenue, we spend the revenue. If we need to, we transfer into the capital project fund to finish or save for projects that we weren't able to complete this year. I don't know, Josh, if you could hear all that or not.
So on that, just to add to what Scarlett said, and if we saw an extra 50,000 in interest income, at that point, at the end of that, the expense has to match to balance our budget. So at the end of the day, if we don't have expenses that take that, at that point, it goes to our capital projects. It goes to a transfer to capital projects. And so she's saying we're recording the amount of revenue needed to match the expenses, but we are expecting to have additional revenue. But at that point, we are expecting a little bit more interest. Our property taxes is at that. We know what it's at. But hopefully we'll have more sales tax, but we don't know that one. But usually this is pretty standard coming at the end of the fiscal year. We come back and we say, hey, here's some adjustments to actuals. Here's how things went. And as long as we're not over inside of a particular fund and not over expenses or over or under revenues, those are where we're in trouble. But we want to make sure we always have a balanced budget, and that is what it's showing. You'll see on the new budget, it's a balance at the end. On the general fund, it's a balance to 0, but that's because we put the rest to capital projects transfer. But yes, it requires a balanced budget as we go. It's kind of weird accounting that way, but that is how government accounting flows, just as the mayor talked.
So I have a question. Scarlett talked about, or Christina was asked, well, Scarlett said that there was some leftover parks money, and Christina asked about $5,000 that was budgeted for that 400 South Park, which a lot of traffic goes by there, and it's become not, actually, anyone that's talked to me about a park has talked to me about that park in a negative way. And so I'm just wondering what happened to the budget for that money?
Well, that actually happened in the previous budget year than this one. Unfortunately, when we had put the initial bids out for that project, or the initial estimates, we got a price, and I hope Rob's still listening, so I don't want to misquote, but we got a price for grading. And then when we got into the project and they came in, they looked at I think it was large debris that had to be moved or something. Anyway, it added significantly to the cost. We were marginal on that project. We had budgeted every penny for that project, which included the exercise equipment stations that Christine is talking about. So we didn't really have a big margin for error on that project. When the excavation went over what our anticipated amount was, it wasn't a bona fide bid. It was just an anticipated estimate when we put the budget together. When the excavation went over, I think it went over like $6,000 or something like that. I think it went from 16,000 to 22, I want to say. I'm not really positive, but anyway, it was the excavation that ate up our money on that. And Rob can elaborate if I've misspoke, but that's my recollection.
It's a pretty good recollection. It was a long time ago, and so I'm having a little bit of trouble remembering all the numbers and fine details of the numbers. But long time ago, memory serves me somewhat well. There was an allotted budget, but yes, we did use up that budget in ways faster than we thought we would. In other words, yes, the grading was expensive, and the topsoil that we moved in there ended up costing more than we anticipated.
So you used the budget for that park on that park. It just didn't get you to where you had hoped.
That's
Correct.
correct.
Okay.
Carrie, one time we had a landscape designer come in with a xeriscape project, and we were blown away because it was about double what anticipated. So we
Yeah.
kind of had to regroup. There is one thing at that park. There's a structure on that park, and it is a well, one of our wells for culinary water. So
So the structure is there because of the well, because people are like, why in the world? So I would love an answer for why in the world.
So let me finish the rest of the story. So Rob cautioned us and said, we have a culinary well there. We can't fertilize the grass. We can't put herbicide on it. So what we settled for is a type of grass that naturally goes through a cycle and it dries out. And you don't regularly mow it. That's a different type of landscaping. So there's limitations what we could do with that park. I don't remember the numbers either. I think we're probably.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily need the numbers. I just was wondering what happened there.
Also, the thing that I get frustrated with is that I specifically remember, the reason I remember this about these parks, everyone, is because I was put as a committee chairman over parks when I first got elected, and they had me sit down and go over the numbers, but they had me meet with citizens. And so these things are close to my recollection. I specifically remember, us going over the amount that it was going to be costing for excavation, but we still purposely did not put sprinklers in there, knowing that we were going to save some money and that we would have left over. I remember Rob reporting on it. You know how he gives us our council reports. We kept close track of it. And the last time he reported on it, we still had money left over. And I'm kind of feeling like this is like, I'm super frustrated with what I remember and what I know. And I guess we'll have to go back and read all the council meeting minutes. I mean, I don't have hours to do that, but.
Okay, well, it'll be good to work on the parks plan and we can figure out how we can make that park have a little more value maybe.
So a couple of things to add to that, because we are going to amend this budget at least one more time before it's finalized out. I didn't put any of the impact fee money. We have collected significantly more impact fee money than we had budgeted for. We had a really good year as far as building went. You can wait for the park plan to be, if you'd like. I will have to do some checking, but I'm quite sure that master plans, you can use impact fee money for a portion of the master plan. So we maybe could speed that up a little bit if we wanted to. We can adjust again for this equipment. One of the things we're going to do on that park, we have talked about with Shane and Rob, even prior to Ryan coming, because the staff was frustrated with how quickly what we thought we planted, how quickly it turned brown and looked like weeds instead of what we thought we were going to get. This year, we aren't doing a sprinkler system, but we're definitely going to be sprinkling that park and trying to keep it looking a little more inviting than brown and weeds. But where it's a new park, it's not a replacement facility, we can certainly use impact fees if you feel like you would like to increase something at that park prior to doing the master plan on it. That's totally your call as to how you want to allocate that money.
To me, it doesn't seem like a good place for a playground because of the traffic that goes by there, but the exercise equipment that Christina has expressed interest in doesn't seem like it would be a huge expense for some pull-up bars and, you know, a few other cross-training equipment pieces.
They're not expensive. expensive. The other thing, Scarlett, can we use then the impact fee for a dog park since that's a new park? Should that be in something planned for impact fees rather than your budget?
That's actually part of what we were going to use the impact fees on in this year, and the dog park just hasn't been, the location has not been determined. And I think we've gone round and round on that enough that we felt like perhaps we really do need to wait on a master plan and put that dog park in the correct place. What I think you'll remember, Christina, we talked about doing it to the west of the Creekside Townhomes along Spring Creek Parkway there, and fencing that area off. That has some really good reasons to have a dog park there. There's also some problematic reasons to maybe not. So again, there's actually, I'll have to look at my last year notes, but there's actually $15,000 or $20,000 in this year's park improvement budget to go towards fencing that area, if that's something that the council feels strongly that dog park needs to go there. But that's, once again, it's in the budget. It's just.
So, I'm sorry, I don't know this, but is that land acquired?
That's our land, yes.
Oh.
We also have some land west of Alma Lenhart Park that would be ideal for a dog park, I think. Scarlett, how long do we have to use the impact fees? Those fees have to be used in a certain time, correct?
6 years.
So,
6
I mean,
years.
so is there money? We've lost money before because we haven't used it, correct?
We did. We had a council that made an intentional decision to not acquire property. Their thought was they wanted to just maintain what they had. They did not want to acquire new property. And unfortunately, we did lose some money because of that.
So I assume that we're paying close attention to those impact fees and so that we don't lose that money anymore, correct?
Yes, we are. In fact, we'll spend most of it with the acquisition of the large piece of property. If we're able to move forward with a large piece of property up on 10th South and 4th East or 3rd East area, we'll use just about all of our park impact fee money for that purchase.
Okay, but I feel like we need a plan B, because if that doesn't come to fruition, or if they decide not to sell, or if we can't negotiate, we need plan B so that we don't lose our impact fees.
Plan B is another parcel of land on the south side of 10 South. It's a spend level property.
Well, we might need plan C.
Plan C would be the park impact fee, Christina. Plan C would be the park master plan. Once we get that, we can see strategically where good placement for future parks would be, where we really should be looking at acquiring more property, what areas. So yes, we need to get that done so that we can make sure we use those impact fees up within the next 6 years. So does that answer that question on park information?
So did the previous council decide on that Spring Creek area for the dog park, or was that up in the air?
We never had, like, no one ever discussed it. I know the mayor's not a fan of that area. I like it in that general location because the people that need it are the people living in those townhomes and those apartments. You know, I've got a yard for my dog, but that's where I believe the greater need in Providence is down in that location.
The higher density.
So we're really getting into the weeds here, folks. And Christina's right, I do have an opinion, but we need to move on. If we can get, what we're talking about is approving the budget adjustments. Like Scarlett mentioned, there's another round of budget adjustments we go through. This is a normal process we go through every year. Every council goes through. We also have Steve Simmons waiting. He's still waiting to get to item number 1 under legislative business about the disconnection. So what I'd like to do is get past number 3 and skip over number 4 so we can get to the disconnection and vote on it. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brent.
I support that. I just have a question. I'm want to come back to the attorney fees because that concerned, I heard exactly what Scarlett told me. But we had a $25,000 budget a year ago. We have gone up 60% to $40,000, and now we're going up another 38% over the 40,000 to 55,000. And you're telling me that, okay, so I understand reviewing the plats and stuff like that and assigning them, that should be money coming back in. I know you have to show it as expense. Then I also understand that you have to provide attorney fees for those people who cannot afford. Yes, I understand that, but this seems excessive. This seems an excessive amount. I'm concerned of what if we are really being responsible in the management of attorney fees.
So Brent, in the prior year budget, not this year, but the prior year budget, the 2019 budget, in the Justice Court, we had attorney fees of about $21,000 that we combined with the, maybe it was the 2018. I think we made the adjustment in 2019. We combined the Justice Court. We took it out of our GL category for Justice Court Division, and we moved attorney fees into administrative. We took all of the Justice Court fees and we took all of the administrative fees. There were about 20,000 in both, 18 to 20,000 in the Justice Court, and about 20 to 22,000, 25,000 in the historically in administration. We put those together to come up with the 40,000. And like I said, so that's where the 40,000 came from. It's a combination of, it's a matter of changing GL allocation codes. And that is always confusing when we do that. But in order to try and, the reasoning behind that, taking it out, even though it's an attorney that does work within the Justice Court, that's money that we would spend whether we ran a Justice Court or whether we had to, let's say we contracted with Cache County for Justice Court, we would still be spending those fees. So that's where that's how the 40 came about. Now the 40, we've spent actually 44. But like I said, I looked at what we spent. I did some estimating averages, and I bumped it to 55. But that isn't what we've spent to this point. To this point, we've spent 44.
Okay, that helps. I did not know that the Justice Court had moved into that category.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Here's one other add to the conversation on both. I just have pulled up the history in total between all funds, because we've talked about just one fund on that one, but in all funds in 2016, we paid $83,700 for attorney fees. 2017, we paid $67,000. 2018, we paid $85,000. 2019, we paid $86,000. In 2020, our budget was $95,000, and we are budgeting $100,000 in the current year. But some of that is the increase in the indigent defense and the attorney fees. So not just water or just general, but those are the totals. So we are consistent around that between 80 and 90,000. That's kind of where we've been for the last 5 years. So just thought I'd pull that up to see where we were in over all the funds. So
thank you, Ryan.
Take the pay cut. We could pay him less, but I think he's worth what he's charging us.
No, I'm not saying anything. That's a good history. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's fine. I just thought it might be helpful.
Okay, we were going to move on, but we have a motion on the table to approve the budget adjustments So I'd like to go out to a vote on this, if we could, on item number 3, resolution 014-2020, 2020 budget adjustments. Can I call for a vote? Can we move on?
I feel like maybe we should, I didn't get some of my questions answered. I'm going to vote no right now. If we vote, I'm thinking if we need to move on so we can get those other agenda items off the list, we can probably quickly do the 2. But I get that you want to move on. For me, this has been a learning opportunity that's significant. So.
Ryan mentioned we still have Steve Simmons holding on the line, so to speak.
Yeah.
We wanted to, I mean, we usually try to do this, even in a public setting, is to get through the items and the issues that our guests are interested in. So that's why I suggested we move forward. Josh, if you don't want to move forward and you got more questions, then we'll stick to this item and get your questions answered. Just a suggestion.
I know, and I feel bad. I got disconnected there, and mine are not in the weeds like this. I just want to understand. I heard the discussion, Ryan, why we have excess revenue and we have to have expenses that match that, and it's really strange to me. I feel like as a city, if we take more revenue than we thought we had, I mean, ideally, this is a business. I'd distribute that as a dividend or something like that. I'm not necessarily
what you're describing is what we do at the end of the year. This is a budget. So if there is excess at the end of the year,
yeah,
the dividend, I mean, to use your term, goes into the capital project.
Okay, and that, well, in the capital projects where we decide where we want to put it. But the other thing that I heard Scarlett say that we budget conservatively on the revenue. Great, so we have more
beginning
revenue.
of the year, right?
Yeah, but it seems like because our expenses are going over, we don't budget conservatively on the expenses, because when we have that excess revenue, we have to go ahead and spend that in these other areas right here. That's my concern.
So I would say, to clarify, that we have adjustments, that these items, we have 500 line items. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 10 of them, that expense ones are projecting to go over. Some may already have gone over. So at that point, we're saying these expense items, out of 500 total line items, these ones are either going over or are projected to go over. Thankfully, it's a relatively few. It's a lot smaller number than what we could see. But you're right, we have taken the interest. So just to give an idea on interest, our actual interest budget-wise that we've seen, I'll pull it up here. I think it's, I'll have to look for it. So we've seen an interest so far, in the 160, 180,000 range. We're recording 20,000 of that. That's kind of our plug number, saying we have seen more revenue, at least on the interest side. But instead of recording it all at this point and coming all the way to that number, we're not sure what the end number will be. We're moving it to that. That interest one is kind of a plug figure to balance it. Doesn't have to go that way. We could plug to a capital projects or something else, but it appears we have plugged a little, used the interest as a plug figure. We do have more than that, and we expect we will see more. So our revenue will exceed our expenses, but that is the case on this one, is we have brought into balance so that at the end, our budget has to be balanced. Our revenue expenses do not. We can exceed, if our actual over exceeds our revenue, we will have a net change of position that then we would transfer some of that to capital projects or do something else with it, as you indicated. But at this point, budgets are set to be balanced. They have to balance at the end. So when we're talking about changing budgets, we have to balance to the end. It has to be zero. So when we increase these expenses, we had to find and match the revenue to those, and that's what we've done. But the budget itself has to net to zero. I can't hear it.
We can't hear you, Josh.
Josh, your mouth is moving, but you seem to be muted.
Doesn't show muted.
No, it doesn't show muted, but we couldn't hear him. We can see you fine. And now we just lost you.
Anyway, sorry. Hopefully that explanation helped with the rest of the council. I apologize that. Like you coming back and connected to your audio.
You connected back?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think my frustration with technology is bleeding over into my frustration with this meeting, and I need to try to separate the two. So
You mean with the budget?
yeah, yeah. Quick question: what are we not? The construction capital projects fund, we're decreasing by 240,000. What are we not doing if we budget 700,000? I mean, that's a big decrease.
We actually just are refining. We knew that we wanted to move forward with the council that approved this budget wanted to move forward with 3 projects, 100 South and both of the Spring Creek crossings. So we put a lump of $700,000 in under construction improvements. To refine and show clarity and transparency, what we're asking to do is to take that, some of that money that was in construction improvements. We knew all along we would be spending some money on engineering. We knew all along we would be spending some money on property acquisition. We actually hoped that we were going to be able to apply for a grant on property acquisition. That didn't happen. All this is adjusting the 700. We knew that it would fall into these 3 categories. Somehow we just didn't know the percentages at the beginning of the year. So we're showing it now.
Okay.
So that's why.
Got it.
Does that make sense for you?
Okay, yep, I got it.
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. Go ahead. Thank you for entertaining me.
Actually, I believe it's pretty remarkable that you guys were conservative in your budget, because had we gone the other way and we've been over budgeted and our revenue showed up really short, we'd have been in big trouble. And the way you've gone about it, being conservative in your estimates, then having more revenue than what you had showed, it's probably wise budgeting.
So to your point, Brad, it also means to the discussion we had earlier about the property tax rate. In previous years, we've held the rate the same, but that also meant we collected more in property taxes. But because we were conservative in our budgeting, now we're saying we're going to plan to collect the same amount of property tax from existing residents, lower our rate. So in other words, we didn't hold the rate the same and collect more money. We just said we're going to lower the rate so we don't collect additional property tax. You see where the offset is?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Any questions on the last part, on the stormwater part? That's the 5th North construction project. And I apologize, I just saw a typo. Instead of putting the stormwater expense general ledger number, I put that we needed to increase we needed the $125,000 adjustment. So, but anyway, that is the 5th North project. We thought we had some things worked out that we were going to be able to utilize existing contractors. We thought that we had that we were going to come in with a better rate on some of the piping expenses and everything. But when all was said and done, we weren't able to continue with the contractor we started with. We had to go out and get a new contractor to finish us off. We would like to take the prior year excess, and this is money that we've already received, by the way. This is not new money. We're not increasing revenues for new money. This is money, we knew this project was going to come in higher than 50. We just didn't know how much. We've got a good handle on it now as to where it's going to come in at. We feel like now's the appropriate time to ask you to allow us to, excuse me, increase it to the 175. If the contractor can start in the very near future on that, we'll give him the go ahead. We've actually talked to him about that. We just need to have the allocation in place, and then we can get going with that contractor.
Is this the 3rd East?
Yes, Brent, it's the 5th North and 3rd East connection.
Yeah, that needs to be done while they're working right there. Yes, absolutely.
Correct. And that's the other thing. We want to, we want that road to get completed, the Spring Creek Parkway. When the council annexed that property, that was a big deal. We don't want anything to be holding up the progress of completing that Spring Creek Parkway. And so being able to move forward a little bit quicker on this 500 North stormwater line would be advantageous to us at this point. So this is money we've already collected. We're just asking to move it from our savings account. We're asking to introduce it into the revenue stream as non-operating revenue and finish up on that 5th North project, or at least get through this phase that we've got planned for with the contractor.
Thank you.
Scarlett, anything else?
No, that's it.
Council? Josh, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. All right.
You calling for a
Council, any
vote?
other questions? Brent?
Yeah, you calling for a vote?
I haven't yet. I just want to make sure everyone's,
Oh, here? Yeah, I'm still here.
no, I just wonder if we had any more questions of Scarlett
Oh,
or,
no, I'm good.
okay. All right, can I call for a vote?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor of resolution 014-2020 budget adjustments, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Josh, you're muted.
No, I said aye reluctantly.
So I think we're unanimous nay. Hearing no nays.
Yeah.
Unanimous. Thank you all. If you don't mind, I'd like to go on to legislative item number 1, and that's the disconnection 2020-004. So we can let Steve Simmons go on for the rest of the evening. And Ryan says he still
shows as being
still
on.
shows he's with us. So Providence City Council would consider for approval an ordinance granting a request for a disconnection filed by Steve Simmons and Howard Creed for a 0.40 acre property located just south of 700 South in the general area of 330 West. Do I have a motion?
I will make a motion that we approve ordinance 2020-004.
Motion from Councilman Speth. Do I have a second?
I'll second
I'll
that,
second.
Josh Paulson.
Second from Councilman Paulson. Further discussion, we had a summary of we had an introduction and we had a comments from Steve Simmons. Do we need any further discussion on this?
I had a question.
Sure, go ahead.
So on the documentation that's provided, it references costs in disconnecting. Do we know what those costs would be? And are they seeking like recouping costs of the process? I was just wondering what that was in reference to. Do you have
Scarlett?
a figure for that?
Are you talking about the comment that the applicants put on there? Is that what you're talking about, Janelle?
Yes.
In order for this to actually take place, we will have to have a disconnection plat drawn up. Or at a minimum, we will have to have the ordinance drawn up with a legal description. So there will be the cost to create the legal description, the survey costs, create the legal description. Generally, the county does not charge the city a recording cost when it's a city function that's doing the recording on this. So the only other cost I anticipate, unless Rob or Ryan knows something that I don't, would be the preparation of the legal description to either be and a map, so that the ordinance will be recorded along with that legal description and map showing the actual disconnection.
Is there a survey that you said survey?
Yes, that's how they would create the legal description. I don't know any other way for them to create a legal description other than to do the survey.
So who would pay for that?
The applicant is requesting that the city pay for that, if I remember correctly.
Does that need to be specified in the motion, those costs, or if we approve, will the city bear the cost of the disconnection?
How much are we talking about, Scarlett?
I'm not sure. I would think we're probably talking in a couple $1,000s.
I think
Ryan or Rob, do you have any experience with that?
I think your ballpark is probably accurate.
I agree. 2,000 is a conservative number. I would say so, yeah.
I think it was included without full knowledge of what our rights were, and the court has proven and attested to what their rights are, and consequently, whether the city pay for it or the person who had the plat drawn that included it, or whoever went about allowing their property to be included, whatever. These are no fault of these two gentlemen. And I feel that the costs need to be borne by someone other than those two gentlemen when we disconnect that property. Now, it could be an amended plat. I don't know, a legal survey, an amended plat, but it really needs to be at no cost to these two gentlemen. They were simply in the wrong place as this thing went forward, and it's not their fault, and the court has attested to that.
But they also could stay right where they're at. And
The problem with doing that is the court has said they have, the city had no right to go ahead, and it should be restored to what it was.
Well, the county abandoned any interest in it, and the judge had no choice but to award it to the petitioners. The city of Providence followed specific directions from the county. So Scarlett would probably say the county really ought to pay for it, but we're probably going to lose that argument, Brent.
I understand. All I'm saying is these two gentlemen should not bear that cost. Whether it's the county, whether it was the developer, or however that came to pass, it happened to them, and it ought to not cost them anything to undo.
At this point, the only budget or only finances we have control over is the city's. I think at that point, I think what you're proposing is that we take care of the cost to do that. If there was any way to recoup that, I don't know that. But at this point, we have covered the advertising costs. And so we have tried to be is fair. And I think we were at this point, Scarlett and I think we were looking that we would include that and draw that map up unless the council insisted that the Simmons pay for it. Oh,
You're correct on that, Ryan.
From Steve, if we want to go there, Mayor.
Can I add one thing to that before you go? We do have money Rob's not gonna like it, but every once in a while I reach into one of his pockets to rectify some budget things, but we actually do have money under professional and technical services in streets. And since this property was acquired with the intent that it would be a road, I think we have sufficient money in that line item right now that we could definitely pay for the survey and the map to be drawn up. Unless, Rob, you know of some
So,
unexpected
so
expense.
Bringing up my budget right now to just kind of look at that particular line item to think things through a little bit, right, as we speak.
So to get through this and move on, for $2,000, we don't need the council to vote on it. The city staff has already decided that the best thing to do is go ahead and absorb the cost and get this thing put to bed and settled. And I'm sure Mr. Simmons would agree as well. So we can move on and it will be de-annexed from Providence. So we don't need to vote, or amend the vote for the money. As I mentioned, the city staff is okay with it. Scarlett is, Ryan is, so unless there's something else to discuss, I'd just like to go ahead and vote on this for the disconnection one way or the other and move on.
I just wanted to make one comment, mostly for the record. If we're having it surveyed, I don't know how it originally was. Brent mentioned an amended plat, if they were in two parcels for two different owners, or if it was a right of way, but however it was attached to the original property, I think that we should try to make sure that
Attached.
It's restored.
is restored, however it was.
It wasn't attached to the original property.
Okay.
It was awarded by the judge.
Okay.
Okay. Council, can I call for a vote on this?
Yep.
Okay, all in favor of the
Aye.
ordinance for the disconnection?
Aye.
signify by saying aye.
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 Yeah, unanimous. We're good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, let's move on. Let's go back to the administrative business items. We have item number 4, which is a discussion item. On the special election, we don't have to decide on this tonight. Let me revisit where we were at. Last year, and Scarlett knows the dates probably off the top of her head, we had a council decision on a Tuesday. By Friday of that week, we had a petition to put a referendum on the ballot. And we had petitioners who went out and got signatures. The signatures were enough to qualify. The state code says, and I'm paraphrasing, I looked for it, I wasn't sure exactly where it was. Title 20 of the state code says that if an item that is being challenged through referendum is after January 30th, that it must be in the, and it's a municipal election year, which it was last year, that it has to be in a subsequent municipal election. And then in one short sentence, it says, unless one phrase, unless the council calls a special election. So, which would have meant that it would have been added on to the municipal election last year. The council, and I know that Chad led the discussion on that. The way Chad described it, there was really no interest. The idea got no traction about calling for a special election and putting it on the ballot last year. So fast forward to this year, it's up to the council whether we want to put it on the ballot for the general election, which we can. And I think Scarlett described at the last council meeting, we'd have to go to the county and ask them to put it on the ballot. What the expense would be, I don't know. If not, it would be next year. So it's a council choice. This is a discussion. Chad may have some more input into this. But it's really not that complicated an issue. So in essence, the council decision and from that council meeting is, I guess, I don't know what the right legal term is, Chad, is stayed or held in abeyance until it's on the ballot and the voters decide. Chad, did I describe that right, or can you unmute?
Yeah, I think you did. I don't really have anything to add to it. It's up to the council if they feel like it'd be worthwhile to do that sooner than later.
Council, further discussion, any preference? Josh, are you still with us?
I'm still here. Thank you for asking. Since I've unmuted, I've thought about this a little bit and asked other people. I think we'll probably get better participation at a municipal election while general elections are fairly popular, and this one will be too. I think that'll be one item in a larger list and may get lost. I'm not interested in paying the money for it, so I just assume wait and do it as the code initially says, and not call a special election or special ballot or whatever they call that.
Okay. Council members, any preference one way or the other?
I agree with Josh.
Okay. Brent?
And let me get this, I gotta get this clear in my mind. I'm sorry. So this is an election year for president. Would it be on the ballot this year?
According to the state code, it would not be. However, the state code does allow the council to put it on the ballot if we so choose. Now, we're not creating a special event. I mean, we're already having a general election. We would just ask the county to put it on the ballot they're going to print. Now, I think the deadline for us, I think Scarlett can correct me. They've got a deadline as far as going to the printer, and I think that's sometime in August. So if we delayed this decision, it wouldn't be a problem.
Well, my only thoughts is we generally get a lot better turnout on a year there's a presidential election. Josh has a point. Sometimes things get lost in the cracks, but on the other hand, when we have to have a special election, so it would be a special voting or ballot and the following year with only that item on the ballot, and that would only be for Providence City.
No,
No. We have a ballot, and next year we have three council seats that come up.
So it'd be on that election.
So the municipal election will have 3 council seats, and if we don't make it this year, then this item will be on next year's ballot along with the council seats.
Is that all right for the developer to wait that long?
That's our choice, not the developer's choice. I haven't talked to him in a while about it. I don't recall should we ask for his preference or?
Oh, not necessarily. I'm just curious.
I actually misunderstood Josh. I would prefer to do it sooner, just because the turnout will be bigger. It will be a bigger representation of Providence. It won't be special interest groups.
I agree. I would like to see it sooner this year with a presidential election for the same reason. We will get better voter turnout, and then we'll have a better
cross section.
Let's resolve this. Scarlett, in a general election versus a municipal election, do we get more turnout in a general election?
Generally you do. Providence City has a high turnout in most of their elections. So we're a very fortunate city that we've got a lot of active voters, but statistically across the board, general elections generally bring more people out. To kind of help with some of the confusion, the reason why it's a special election is because it's a special election for Providence City. It's not a special election for the general election. We're just adding, we're doing something special in that we're working with the county to add our ballot question on the general election. I've already talked to the Lieutenant Governor's office. The county has talked to the Lieutenant Governor's office. We can make this happen. We do need your final decision by, it has to be 65 days before the actual election date, which would be, we need to have a resolution to put it on the general election as a special election for Providence City. We need to have that by August 31st. So there is a little bit of time to think about it. I talked with the Lieutenant Governor's office and also the county. They strongly advise combining the ballot. They do not advise having a ballot that goes out just for the Providence City question and then another ballot for the general election. They feel like that confuses the voters in Providence City. So it will only go out on the ballots that go to Providence City, but those people will only receive one general election ballot. They won't receive two. This will be a question on the general election ballot. That
So what I really thought with waiting too is, in a year from now, a lot of that first phase 1 development is going to be done, and people are going to have a very good idea of what that other parcel would look like. They'll be able to witness it. They'll be able to see it and interact with it. And then I don't think it'll be an emotional response. I think people will respond to what they see and say, do we want, some more acreage of that right next door, or don't we? Right now it looks a little scary over there, but I don't think it'll look scary forever.
I agree, Josh. I think we should wait so that people can see what's going to happen. Then they can make a decision based upon the results.
If it's a vote by mail, probably it isn't going to make much difference. They don't have to actually physically do anything to vote other than lick the back of the envelope and put it away. So it probably doesn't matter. I'm fine with waiting if that's what the majority wants to do.
So we're not voting tonight, we're just discussing. But that's fine. So the idea is we don't print another piece of paper that goes out in the mail just for Providence City this year.
Right, that's the idea.
We printed on the county, the ballot from the county clerk's office. Okay.
So at this point, where it's a discussion, Mayor, I guess we've had the discussion, and then if we have 2 council members that want to approach you about putting it on as an agenda item, is that the way you'd like to proceed, or?
Yep, either that or we'll have it on the next council agenda or whenever.
Yeah, let's put it on.
Okay, we'll put it on I think it's May 20th is the next council meeting.
Okay.
That okay? All right. Scarlett, before I forget, we had an agenda item regarding selling a piece of land that that's across from the park that did not get on the agenda. You recall that?
A piece of land that's across from the park?
I'm sorry, the cemetery.
Yep, I do recall that now.
So it was Mayor Rasmussen who was interested.
We can put that on the next agenda for
River
you.
Heights Mayor, right. Okay.
Make a trade with him for the other one.
Well, yeah, but he wanted to purchase it personally.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, this was not, he wasn't interested in buying it for the city. It's on the side of a hill, Brent.
I know where the well is, and there was a water supply there.
You're right, Brent.
Some equipment there, yeah. It has marginal utility for a residential building lot, in my opinion, but if he wants to buy it and it's surplus to us, then up to the council. Okay, let's move on. We're back to legislative items. We're on item number 2, ordinance 2020-005, vacate the PUE public utility easement for the lots located, lots 25 and 26 at Country Garden Estates subdivision on the general area of 335 Garden Drive. I need a motion on considering this ordinance for approval.
I'll make a motion for the approval of ordinance number 2020-005.
Motion from Councilwoman Seeley. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Councilman Spath. Discussion? Questions? We have
Question.
the summary on this. Go ahead, Brent.
Has the utility companies given approval to vacate this public utility easement? They generally sign the plat as to agree to the public utility easements that are in place. Have they agreed to vacate this one? Not that I realize it probably has no value to them, but I just wonder, is that a step that we must go through?
They've been notified of the public hearing. We've not received comment from them. They will be on the amended plat. So they will have that. I don't know, Brent, at this point, but we've not received comment to the contrary from the utility companies. And to the best of my knowledge, there are no utilities in this easement.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions? Comments?
I have one, just the detention pond that's there right there. Even though those parcels are adjoining in the utilities.
He's coming again.
I think we lost you, Josh.
It's showing muted, Josh. Well, he's waiting to come back on.
I'm not muted.
Oh, there we go.
I'm not muted. I don't know why it says that. Am I here? I'm not muted.
Hear you.
Okay, now we can hear you. You're back.
Okay, I don't know what the deal is. The detention pond, is that still going to be, does that need to be there and will it still be there once they're joined? Okay, that was my question. All right, thank you.
Yes. This does not have any impact on previous plat agreements or development agreements for that detention pond. This only impacts vacating the public utility easement. And then once the amended plat is filed, it creates one lot, but it does not make any changes to that detention pond located on the property.
On that note, Scarlett, we kind of had a virtual ESR discussion about this property, and I had a long note related to it. I don't know if that had any way of going around and getting the new landowners to be's take on it, but my suggestion at that time was something to the effect that that I would suggest that have a typical stormwater agreement that outlines it the way that we like to have them go, where the new landowners, since they're now going to build a home on that parcel, would now have the maintenance responsibilities towards the landscaping, since they're the ones that are going to landscape that pond now, or want it to be landscaped now, because it's always been just a small hole of weeds, that they take on the ownership and maintenance of that, but yet have it read the same way as our typical stormwater agreement, so that we have that ability to go in there and take care of the pipes and the grates and the catch basins if necessary. Our typical stormwater agreement is where I would like to see most of these ponds go.
So Rob, whose responsibility is that pond right now?
According to this plat we're looking at, ours.
That's the original plat, right?
Correct. That's why I'm thinking if they're amending it now and they're going to change the parcels and amend that plat, that now would be the time, if there's somebody going to buy that lot and want to landscape that pond, that they just will have that pond to maintain as well.
I think we can, Chad, you probably need to listen so I don't go off on a limb and crash. I think we can certainly have that discussion with the property owner, but where they're not asking to make any changes to that easement, I don't think we can force them to take that on. Where they're following all of the procedures to combine the lot. I think we can certainly ask, and if they want to, because of their future landscaping, we can certainly work with them on that agreement, but I don't think we could mandate that they do that. Chad, am I correct or not?
Yeah, you are correct.
Okay, well, that is something that we would probably benefit from, and so would they ultimately if they would want to take over the maintenance of that area and not have it be weed patch anymore.
So Rob, does the city have an interest in that detention or retention pond being properly maintained?
Well, certainly it does, but in that location, if we are granted the ability to go in there and do maintenance, if for some reason the homeowner is unable to, it kind of, the typical stormwater agreement gives us the ability to take care of problems if they don't do it adequately, but it puts the responsibility initially on them.
So if they decide to fill it in and put a tennis court on top of it,
We can call a red
we have the
flag.
right to intervene and say, you can't do that.
Correct.
The recorded, what's recorded with the county, the city has an interest in keeping that retention or detention pond functional.
That's correct.
Okay.
We have that ability right now.
Right.
That doesn't, they can't just go willy-nilly and do anything they want, whether it's our property or whether it's their property. When we have a recorded stormwater easement, they have to live by the rules. This would just be a matter of transferring who's responsible for maintenance.
Okay. I mean,
Is this,
we've seen a retention pond or detention pond used by a property owner before without modifying or impacting the effectiveness of its intended use. So, I mean, and some property owners say, I want to put a volleyball court there, and it's doesn't mean they're going to fill anything in, and it's still going to be functional. So some property owners might want to do that. Might want to have the right to do that. So I guess part of the answer is to ask the property owner, Rob.
Okay. Sounds fine. We can
Okay.
move on.
All right. Council, anything else?
I was just gonna say, is this something that we could, this issue can be dealt with when they put in their plat for a building or whatever? Rob can just talk to them.
Good question.
Yeah. And it's highly likely they're gonna want to put some grass there, and it looks like they're just gonna need to more or less get my permission to do that. And as long as they don't interfere with the functionality of that pond, I will let them dress it right up nicely. And I hope that's what they want to do.
And mow it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Can we vote?
Brad, are you, I thought
Nope,
you were
I'm
voting
good.
for a comment. Okay. All right, let's call for a vote. We good with that? All in favor of ordinance 2020-005 to vacate the public utility easement, indicate by saying yay.
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 Do we have any nays? No nays? Unanimous? Thank you. Passes. Okay, let's move on to council reports. Anyone like to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay,
Mine's simple. You go ahead, Janelle. That's fine.
You can go ahead. I'm just getting,
Brent, are you ready?
I'm ready, yes.
Historical Preservation Committee, Transportation, that's on your
and
list.
emergency preparedness. So emergency preparedness, as you're all aware, we have moved from red to orange, which basically just allows a little larger gatherings. It's still recommended that we keep the social distancing, that we wear masks when we enter these businesses and stores and whatnot, so that we protect ourselves and protect other people from us. But we are allowed to move more freely about. Some more work places have opened up, restaurants, some in restaurant dining with certain conditions being met and maintained, such as distancing, cleansed, all that sort of stuff. So you're all aware of that. I don't know if anybody has any questions on that. We're still having people get sick. We still had, I think yesterday there was 138 new cases. It's still here. It's still upon us. So we still have to be very vigilant. And it's probably going to linger, but we'll see what the results of the orange versus the red is. I know there's a lot of pressure out there for people to want to go back to work, and we have to be very careful. The other thing, I haven't had anything with emergency preparedness other than that moving forward. On the Historical Preservation Committee, I mentioned that they're working on the history of the irrigation companies in Providence, but I had a question for the council. Is there any interest in this group maintaining a historical record of this incident of the coronavirus and the effects that it's had on the city, the citizens, all that's going on here? It's had this is something very, very historical. We haven't had anything like this to this extent for quite some period of time. It's affected all kinds of congregations and lifestyles and incomes and economy and businesses. Is there anything we would want them to generate for a history of that I might pass on to them?
Yes, I think so. I actually got copies of some of Providence history for the 1918 flu pandemic when I was over Cub Scouts, and the Scouts thought it was cool. So I think we should definitely document this.
Okay. Is that the general feeling?
I just wonder how much of it is already documented. I mean, all you have to do is Google it, and like nowadays everything's already documented online. So, I mean, yeah, it's a great idea, but it would be easier than getting history. History didn't used to be able to be documented online like it is now with the news, basically.
That's true. You got a good point there. We have a lot of documentation on the coronavirus and its effects.
I think it makes it personal though when you bring it to your hometown and however they're preserving the history. I think, if they want to pull some stories or some people's personal experiences, I think there's value in that.
Should I present it to them and see what they would like to do?
Sure, if they're up to it, I think you should.
All right, I will do that. And
Can I make a quick comment for you on that, Brent?
Sure.
Mayor, is that okay if I make a quick comment?
Sure.
This group generally works with consultants and guides the direction of the history or whatever. They're not generally the ones that go out and do that. We've been fortunate with USU on a couple of things that they've done that they've been able to get those done at no cost, like the railroad. The water one, there's going to be a small cost to that. But if that's the direction, and they can't get someone from USU to do it at no cost, would you be willing to budget for working with a consultant to make sure that we kind of have it personalized towards the specific impacts on Providence City?
I could go to them and put out a feeler and see if what their feelings are, and if they wanted to pursue it, and then get someone who maybe give us an estimate of what it might cost to pursue this before we do anything, if you would like me to do that.
Yeah, when I was saying yes, my frame of reference was a ward historian.
That's not a bad idea.
So that's kind of what I was thinking.
Actually,
Ward historian style.
combine the history of both stakes together and see what they got. And part of River Heights, yeah, maybe that's a good idea too.
So I don't think it's necessarily we're spending a lot of money on, because there will be lots of records, but.
Okay, should we just let it go then?
But if someone wants a little project, I mean, I think records are good.
I'll see what they say. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay. Who's next? Don't
I don't have anything to
volunteer.
report. I don't have anything to report on mine. The youth council's not meeting, the parks is forthcoming, and the fiber, we're in a waiting pattern for the numbers.
And then the Parks and Recreation Master Plan is to be further discussed. Okay.
Yep.
All right, Carrie. Who's next, you know?
I'll go next. I don't have anything to report on planning and zoning. I mean, they do have a couple of people have brought forth a few things to them that I think will be forwarded on to us in the next meeting or two. The library is operating as of Monday with social distancing. You have to call in and reserve whatever it is you want, and they'll put it on a table for you to pick up. You can't go in there. And they haven't had any county meetings due to the closures, and school's closed, so I don't have anything. I'm done. And the subcommittee has been awesome so far, but hopefully we'll be able to go to executive session after this and talk about that a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go. Just working on the city celebration, and I need to reach out to subcommittee to get a committee formed for each different event. So I'm working on that. We've decided September 19th, the 18th and the 19th. So the 18th in the evening, movie in the park. Chad's band said they would do a play for us then. And then spill over pancake breakfast on the 19th, a fun run, parade, and then activities at the Zollingers. So that's kind of the plan, if you guys can mark that on your calendars. Then the other thing that I just wanted to bring up was that I had mentioned during our last city council meeting, I wanted to take your temperature on, I wanted to relook at the ordinance for multifamily high, the town home issue. Wanted to see more open space. There's been some great developments as I drive around, as I sell, and as I see. There's been a lot of great townhome developments, but they have a fair amount of open space. And I'm disappointed with what we were getting with our multifamily high, which is the place that I'm noticing it particularly. I drove through again this morning. I would ask you guys to drive through Gateway down by Macy's, where the new roundabout is, and just really drive through that subdivision, the townhomes, and see what little amount of grass there is and little amount of open space. So as I looked at, an ordinance change or sending it to planning and zoning, the thing that I came up with, and someone will have to tell me if this is legit or not, we have a multifamily high, and that is 18 units per acre. But we also have a multifamily medium. I think what I would like to start seeing much more of, rather than the multifamily high. And the multifamily medium is 12 units per acre, which gives me hope that there's more open space. So I think it's a matter of just taking off multifamily high.
Well, we don't have to take it off, Christina. We can just decide how we want to zone it.
Yeah, but if it's off, then the developers won't come and push and plan for multifamily high, because
Well, the other side of the equation is you can zone something medium if you want, but it's not free. Someone has to pay for the additional space, and usually what ends up happening is the cost per unit goes up.
Well, let me tell you, Mayor, so you have to trust that I know what I'm doing because I'm selling these units. I understand that philosophy and I get what you're saying. The higher the density, you would think that the unit price would go down. What I'm seeing is the higher the profit margins for the builder going up. And I've talked to subcontractors who are saying their prices are not going up, but the developers are certainly charging more and more and more. So I just want to see more open space in those townhomes, that we can still have great projects. We can still have good townhomes. So that's my 2 cents. I don't know what kind of council support I would get for that.
Can I have a question about that? Just because you change the number of units per acre doesn't guarantee you a certain amount of green space, does it? I mean, the units could be larger units that take up that green space, or is that built into the zoning of the multifamily medium?
That's a good question.
I'm definitely for more green space in the townhomes. I feel like that's an amenity that those residents need. If they don't have a yard, they need some green space. They might have more costs like HOA fees or something to maintain that. I don't know how that works by development.
The HOA fees.
But I would definitely want more green space.
Yeah, the HOA fees are outrageous in some of these places that have no green space. So anyway, what I would ask the council to do, since it's late tonight, is to drive through Gateway all the way through the whole project, and then maybe we can bring it up again.
Anything else, Christina?
Mayor, when you roll your eyes, we can see you.
I'm looking at Ryan. I'm not rolling my eyes.
We can see you roll your eyes.
Okay. Your eyes are magnified. I can see yours roll.
Oh.
All right. Any other swings at the mayor? Or who did we get? Everybody? Who else?
I'm going to pass. It seems like every time I talk, something crashes. So
We can hear you fine. Go ahead, Josh.
Nothing. Most of my assignments require networking and meeting with people, and I'll take one guess at how well that's gone in the last few months. So, no meetings.
Okay.
Although the ULC, if everyone's been chaining the League of City and Town discussions, and their weekly stuff has been really good. Been grateful for that. But I think everyone's invited to those. Have others done those too?
I haven't.
It seems like there's 2 or 3 a week now, so they're about lunchtime.
I've done several.
So nothing for me, Mayor. And
Okay.
don't wink at me like that. I can see you winking at me.
How do I know where to look here? I can't even see your video here. You got unplugged somehow. Okay, just a couple things I wanted to comment on, and I sent an email out about this. Last Friday, myself, 3 other mayors, Cache Valley mayors, 3 county council members, Craig Butters, our county CEO, Casey Snyder, our state representative, met with Lloyd Berenson, who's the Bear River Health Department director. And we know Lloyd pretty well. We've worked with him on some issues here in Providence. And what the group was asking was, what would it take to take our county from orange to yellow? And what myself and Representative Snyder pointed out was that the governor has what we call a one-size-fits-all approach to the entire state of Utah. As I look at today's numbers, we have 45 cases. 36 of those cases are resolved. People have recovered. So we have 9 active cases, and we have a population of 130,000 people. We have no deaths. And the governor had left open the option that counties and county health departments could petition to move to a different risk level sooner. And when I spoke to one of the county council members yesterday, apparently they met an emergency session, I believe it was. They passed a resolution that was unanimous, petitioning the governor to go to yellow from orange as soon as possible. In the governor's press conference, he said that it's likely we will go to yellow on May 15th, which is a week from Friday. But in the lieutenant governor's meeting yesterday hosted by Utah League of Cities and Towns, our chief, Angela Dunn, what's her?
Epidemiologist.
She's our epidemiologist for the state of Utah. She said, we're looking at the numbers and the results and the outcomes of testing every day before we make a determination. The same county council member had also put together some information about Cache County that went along with our resolution, saying, here are things happening in Cache County that concern us. The number of domestic violence calls, suicides, and some other things relating to the economy here and businesses. So where that's going to go, I don't know. So that's my report on that. Okay, let's move on. We had a request to go into executive session. Does anybody mind if we take a 5-minute bio break and come back at 10,
If
12?
we could go to executive session, then it's not live on YouTube and on Zoom.
Okay.
So if we can move to that and then take the bio break, that would be.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
We lost the mayor.
All right, so what I told the mayor, he's here, so is that if we go into executive session, that at that point we go there first and then have the bio break real quick. Then we would turn off our live stream to YouTube.
So does someone have to make the
Make a
motion?
motion to go into
Mayor's here.
executive session to discuss litigation.
Second.
Now you're playing the meeting over again.
This is.
You want to call for a vote to go into executive session?
Are you unmuted?
Yes, I am.
Also budgeted for a 5% increase in salary and council wages.
I need to get rid of
And I believe this has been done previously.
Okay. I think my MacBook battery is gone. I think you can hear me. Ryan has his flat screen up. I need to call for a vote to go into executive session. So I need a motion. Carrie?
The motion was made by Janelle.
Make your motion.
Seconded by Josh.
I heard a second from Josh, but we were, audio was off. Who made the motion?
Oh, I did, Janelle.
Janelle made a motion to go into executive session. We have a second from Councilman Paulson. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. All right, unanimous. Ryan said that we